let's do some studying. Because I'm a little bit behind. And not gonna lie, that kind of pisses me off. So I'm gonna be doing everything that I can. It doesn't look that right now it looks like it's about to rain. So if it starts raining, I'll have to close that. I'm gonna go ahead and open Google Doc. No, that's not what I want to do. Now, first of all, I want to ooh, document tab, that's great. Alright. Oops. Notes. What I plan to do after, considering I'm getting my new cable in today, and it should be arriving sooner, if not later. But after I'm done studying for a little bit and my notes are filled out correctly, whether that be the definitions of certain things, the definitions, measurements, mathematics, all that shit. Hopefully, I'm able to get that down. So, oh man. Okay. Solar notes. So let me just go ahead. So I'm supposed to do 1, 2 through 4 chapters. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through, grab all of the words that I need, and then slowly as I go through it, whether that be me actually reading through it or just having it read it out for me, I will grab the definitions and whatnot, and I'll just type them down or copy and paste, whichever is easiest for me. The sun. And yes, this is photovoltaic systems. I'm gonna go ahead and put on music. I'll put on waterfall. I don't think it's going through the right headset. It is not. Good enough. I didn't close Streamlabs, did I? I didn't. Okay. So let me go through chapter 1. Introduction to photovoltaics. Oh wait. There you go. Photovoltaics is a solar energy technology that uses unique properties of certain semiconductors to directly convert solar radiation into electricity. I'm gonna go ahead and take that. First of all, that. Also grab that and chapter no. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can I actually copy it? I can. I can just get rid of that. And here I will... How do I make you bold? Nope, that's not what I want. Nope. No. There you go. Photovoltaics. Photovoltaic systems are wafers typically made of crystalline silicon that are sensitive to sunlight and produce a small direct current when exposed to light. That is also important. Also known as solar cells, are combined into larger arrangements called modules. They produce a applicable amount of electrical power with no moving parts, noise, or emissions. A photovoltaic system is an electrical system consisting of a PV module array and other electrical components needed to convert solar energy into energy usable by loads. So this is a photovoltaic system. Photovoltaic system. Get bold. Photovoltaic system is an electrical system consisting of a PV module array and other electrical components needed to convert solar energy into electricity usable by loads. These components can be arranged in many ways to fucking hell. Photovoltaics, application, industry, solar energy technologies, summary. I'm a dumbass. Hold on. I swear to God, if I can just do this... Oh my god, I can. But it's all... too bunched together, I can't read this. Yes, I know, skill issue. So this is what you need to know. I should probably clean it up a little bit. I pushed a button. I think I made myself sad. Am I not sad anymore? Okay. That button doesn't do anything. What am I talking about? Okay. So... this one. Oh, it's all bold. Oh no. That's bad. Okay. Ooh. That's not good. Concentrated collector. Flat plate collector. Wait, no. All that needs to be... oof. A solar energy collector. An authority having jurisdiction is an organization or office or individual. Okay. I should probably... okay, hold on. You can buy the helmet for welder. Okay. Where? Stream avatars? Yep, stream avatars. There A BOS, or a balance of system component, is an electrical or structure component, aside from a major component, that is required to complete a PV system. Distributed generation is a system in which many smaller power generating systems create electrical power near the point of consumption. The grid. Come on. A utility. It's a company that produces or distributes electricity to consumers in a certain region or state. A load. Photovoltaic system. And photovoltaics. Obviously this is thundering. Obviously that isn't everything. I'll actually go through it, this entire chapter and read through it, but I probably won't be able to grab much from it. Other than this. Okay, so where do we leave off? So... a photovoltaic system is an electrical system consisting of a PV module array and other electrical components needed to convert solar energy into electricity usable by loads. These components can be arranged in many ways to design PV systems for different situations, but the most common configuration is a utility connected system, which is found on commercial and residential buildings. These PV systems may or may not include battery storage. The array is usually mounted on a rooftop or nearby on the ground. Electrical components such as inverters, charge controllers, and disconnects control and condition the DC power from the array and either directs it to a DC load or converts it to AC power for use by AC loads. Some of these components' functions may instead be combined together into one power conditioning unit, a PCU. A load is a piece of equipment that consumes electricity. Example of loads include lights, pumps, heaters, motors, and electronics. Through this entire thing, okay, so what's important to know is that PV systems will have a chance of it. Well, PV systems in general don't need battery storage, but it may or may not. So it is 50-50 on that. Okay. The array is usually mounted on rooftops or nearby on ground. And that is gonna learn about that whenever we get into site surveying and pre-planning. But I'm gonna grab this, copy this, and put that under photovoltaic systems. Electrical components such as inverters, charge controllers, and disconnects and control and condition the DC. So I don't think that's gonna. I would put that under load, yeah. Whatever. That's important to know, but I don't think it's as important as knowing what each is. Advantages. Electricity supplied by a PV system displaces electricity from some other power generating technology. If the alternative is very expensive, such as utility connection to a remote location, then the PV system may save the consumer a great deal of money. However, other advantages and benefits of PV systems add value beyond the potential financial savings. Many PV system owners place a high importance on producing clean, green energy. Photovoltaics is an environmentally friendly technology that produces energy with no noise or pollution. For some owners, operating a PV system makes a statement about protecting the environment and conserving non-renewable energy sources. Also, PV systems are very flexible and can be adapted to many different applications. The modular nature of PV arrays and other components make systems easy to expand for increased capacity. Since there are no moving parts, PV systems are extremely reliable and last a long time with minimal maintenance. PV systems also offer energy independence. A supplemental PV system reduces the consumer's vulnerability to utility power outages, and a standalone system eliminates it. Furthermore, sunlight is a renewable energy source that is free and readily available. As conventionally produced electricity is expected to become more expensive, the PV system costs are greatly decreasing. PV systems can also be used to hedge against future energy rate increases. Disadvantages. There are, however, some disadvantages to PV systems. that have somewhat limited their use. Currently, the most significant issue is the high initial cost of a PV system compared to prices. For competing power generating technology, when available, PV systems also require a relatively large array area to produce a significant amount of power. The available solar radiation resource at a particular location determines the feasibility of producing appreciable amounts of power. There is also a lack of knowledge among some groups and in some areas about the potential of solar energy systems, particularly photovoltaics. Consumers may not know what type of systems are available, or even that the solar energy system could be successful for their application or location. Consumers who wish to install a PV system may discover that the industry infrastructure in their area is not yet fully developed to support their installation. It may be difficult to find a qualified installer in their area, or their installation may be hindered by limited knowledge of PV systems and their requirements among the local utilities and code officials. Many leaders in the PV industry are addressing these issues in an effort to promote PV systems. Public and private organizations, particularly state and federal governments, are subsidizing PV installations in an effort to offset the additional costs and promote the use of green electrical power. Research institutions and manufacturers are working on new PV technologies to increase efficiency of cells and modules so that more energy can be produced by smaller arrays or in locations with a less favorable solar radiation resource. Most importantly, the industry as a whole is involved in educating the public and related organizations about solar energy through publicity, training programs, cooperative projects, legislation, incentives, and other activities. Electricity distribution. Most electricity is distributed through an electrical utility grid to millions of customers from a relatively small number of large power plants. A utility is a company that produces and or distributes electricity to consumers in a certain region or state. The grid is the utility's network or conductors, substations, and equipment that distributes electricity from its central generation point to the consumer. The grid fans out from the power plants to thousands of homes and businesses within the region. Electricity may travel hundreds of miles before it reaches the end user. The grid regions may be connected together so that consumers still have power if part of the distribution system breaks down. Outages, though rare, do still occur, often due to an overloaded system or severe weather events, which I'm probably going to be experiencing very, very soon, which is not fun. Typical utility connected PV system. A utility connected PV system is the most common configuration. Various electrical components control, condition, and distribute the power to on-site loads. I wonder, can I actually do this? Let's see. I can. Wonderful. Centralized electricity distribution. I'm also gonna snip that one, and I'm gonna put it under distributed generation, I think. I think that'd be... No, that would be more of a grid, wouldn't it? It would be under all of these. So I'll put it right there for now. Distributed generation is a system in which many smaller power generating systems create electrical power near the point of consumption. The electricity may travel only a few feet to the load, which avoids the loss for long transmission lines. Distributed generation systems can include PV systems, wind turbines, and engine generators, or other relatively small-scale power systems. I'm gonna copy that one, and I'm gonna put that under distributed generation, because that seems relevant. Oh, yeah. A distributed generation system may serve as the only source of... Okay! Do I still have power? Obviously I do, but is my Wi-Fi good? I really hope my Wi-Fi is good. A distributed generation system may serve as the only source of power for the consumer, a standalone system, or a backup or supplementary power for a utility grid connection. If consumers are connected to the utility grid, excess power can be distributed to the grid if it is not needed by the on-site loads. So wait, what is this? Centralized electricity distribution, and this one is distributed generation. Okay. PV technology has been developing for more than 160 years, but has progressed exponentially in the last few decades. Photovoltaics only recently became a practical technology for power generation. Only recently became a practical technology for power generation invention. Edmund Becquerel, a French physicist, is credited with the discovering the photovoltaic effect in 1839. I'm gonna grab this one as well. Copy that, and I'm gonna put that as a... how do I add bullet points? Edmund Girl. Whatever. Observed an increase in electron emissions between a pair of electrodes submerged in a conductive solution when the experiment was exposed to light. However, there was little practical application for electricity at the time. The discovery went unutilized. In 1873, a British engineer, Winslow Smith, observed the light sensitivity of selenium while testing materials for underwater telegraph cables. So, so 1873. I'm gonna include that entire paragraph. Winslow Smith observed the light sensitivity of selenium while testing materials for underwater telegraph cables. Selenium exhibited high resistance, but when exposed to light, selenium became highly conductive. Used. It's a new picture to snip. Selenium photoconductive cells. In 1954, Daryl Chaplin and other researchers at Bell Laboratories were investigating the use of PV cells as a power source for remote telegraph service stations, but their efforts to improve selenium cells were unsuccessful. At the same time, and independently, fellow Bell researcher Calvin Fuller and Gordon Pearson were investigating silicon for use in transistors and rectifiers. They discovered that not only could adding certain impurities improve the desired electrical qualities for the transistors and rectifiers, but that this modified silicon rectifier produced an agreeable electrical current when exposed to light. Fuller, Chaplin, and Pearson subsequently collaborated and improved the silicon cell into the first usable PV cell. Something good to definitely get down. Because this is in 1953. No, 1954, sorry. The first cells had the efficiency of up to 6%, unimpressive by today's standards, but a significant improvement for selenium. Bell Laboratories called the invention a solar battery, conservatively envisioned its application as powering small or remote electrical systems. Growth. The space race in 1950s and 1960s spurred the development of space technology, including photovoltaics. Photovoltaic cells were ideal power generators for satellites and spacecraft. That's just good to know in general. Why do you make two? Because of the complexity of supplying power by other means, the abundant solar resource available outside Earth's atmosphere, cells were first developed for the Vanguard 1 satellite in 1958. It is sounding real fucking dangerous. Thunderstorms nearby. Oh, also looks like the cable is also delivered, so I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna have to refund that one as well. I'm just trying to find a fucking cable that I can use on my headset. Alright. I'm definitely gonna have to look that up. Because that is honestly, honest to God, irritating. Also, give me a second. Why am I crying? Expressions. Hello? Why am I crying? Sorrow is left arrow. Why is it? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna use... Okay. Sorrow is gonna be fucking page down. I don't use page down. Fuck. First coming birthplace for locations for telephone systems and radio transmitters. First common Earth base. Copy. Paste. And just Chris is. Become the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Policy materials, inverters, interactive systems. 1860, the cells were handmade and cost about $1,000 per watt. Manufacturing and technology improvements have reduced end user costs to less than $3 per watt. I'm gonna go on my phone really quick because I can't use that cable for my headset, so I'm gonna need to send it back. I'm gonna need to do that either tomorrow, today or tomorrow. I might have to actually do it tomorrow. Okay, this is gonna annoy me. I'm gonna do this first. I'll take a break from making my notes. Because I need a cable. I really need a cable. Because my current cable is already giving out and
So, Bio Arrow. As you can see, we're just fine, right? Now, I know some people might be a little bit worried about the fiber optical cable that was included. But what if I told you there were alternatives out there? So this is the cable that came with the headset. And this is something that I ordered on Amazon. If I follow the cable, as you can see, it's a Lindy brand cable. Simple solution. Just make sure to get a cable that is USB-C on both ends, supports USB 3.1 Gen 2, and DisplayPort 1.4. Or if you don't want to look up, there's a Lindy part number in the description, so you can just look it up on Amazon yourself. So, I can tell you this much. The cable ain't cheap, 100 bucks. But whenever Vario comes out with their own cable, or if they have a cellular one, it's likely going to be more expensive than that.
give me a second.
That's what that is. It's microtones. That's insane. Who does that? No one does that. No one uses microtones.
Alright. I want a USB-C to USB-C. They're not cheap. It's right about that. Fuck.
So,
I am buying things, that is why currently, oh god, that's expensive. I can buy 5 for $620. uh... If I do buy it now, I should get it on sometime next week. Uh... Yeah, if I buy it from literally anyone else, I'm gonna get it in July, which that is literally next month. Okay. I'll buy this one. How long is 5 meters again? Five meters is a 16-foot cable. Okay. I know. God damn it. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep on trying to fucking plug it in, but if I can't, then I can't. Fuck. Return it. And if we're not using it, so it hasn't been used yet. fucking going. My phone. An actual look into this thing. Does it taper? It does taper. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? You know what, next time, if I have the fucking money, I'll buy this cable, I'll snap off all the metal bits that's surrounding it, and see if I can plug it in, and then, like, make a super glue housing. Not a super glue, make a hot glue surrounding for it. That actually fucking pisses me off. These cables are not fucking cheap either. They are expensive. Would I use this for my whatchamacallit? My Quest Pro? Probably, because it's not bad for a cable. Just, I don't use my Quest Pro as my official cable. Or, I don't use my Quest Pro as my official fucking, oh my god, come on. I don't use my Quest Pro as my official headset. There's too many issues with it, and I'm not used to using, well, that. So, I'm not gonna use it. Well, I guess I'll just have to use my cable that's still kinda going out while I wait for the other cable to come, which should be on the 23rd. So that's fun. I'll need to return that one. Well, I guess for now, just give me a second, because I have to go relieve myself. So, be right back. Okay. I'm back. Alright. I'm gonna close all these now. What's done is done. Alright. Let's move back over to the live scene. Alright.
Ten. Photovoltaic systems. Today, PV technology is used in diverse applications including communications networks, grid-connected homes and commercial buildings, and rural and remote lighting and water pumping systems. Tens of thousands of American homes are now located completely outside the reach of the utility grid and produce their own power with standalone PV systems. PV industry development. PV applications. The earliest applications of PV systems were in situations where connections to the utility grid were unavailable or cost prohibitive. As PV efficiency has continued to improve and costs have fallen in recent years, more potential applications for PV technology have emerged. Greater demand and increasing production have accelerated the trend toward cost-effectiveness in a wide range of applications. Industry characteristic 1990-2010. Installed capacity. Product listing and certification. Code compliance. System voltage. Predominant markets. Number of PV companies. Maximum system size. Utility interconnection. Licensing and personal certification. Contractors and installers. Global PV industry revenue. 50 MW/year worldwide. Development at initial phase. Today, PV systems can be used in almost any application where electricity is needed and can support DC loads, AC loads, or both. PV systems may be as simple as a PV module directly connected to a load with no other components, or as complex as a utility interconnected system with multiple power sources. Space applications. Space applications are extreme examples of off-grid remoteness, in that there is no possible way to connect satellites and spacecraft to a steady source of terrestrial electricity. The only options are to launch stored electricity, in the form of batteries, with the spacecraft, or to generate electricity in space. Fortunately, the available solar radiation outside Earth's atmosphere is even greater than on the ground. Satellites were the first practical applications of PV technology and did much to increase the public's knowledge of PV systems. See Figure 1-9. However, space-bound PV systems are designed for high efficiency and low weight, with cost being less important. Since the priorities for space-bound PV systems are different from those for Earth-based PV systems, the technologies used for these different applications have diverged somewhat. Even so, the advanced technologies currently used in space applications, though currently cost prohibitive, may someday progress to become practical for terrestrial applications. Space PV applications. DOE/NREL, NASA/Smithsonian Institution/Lockheed Corp. Figure 1-9. Nearly every satellite and spacecraft since 1958 has relied on a PV system for power generation. Solar World Industries America. Camels are used for transportation to remote areas of some countries. Portable PV systems are used to power small refrigeration units for medicines that must be kept cold during a journey. Portable applications. Portable PV systems power mobile loads such as vehicles, temporary signs and lighting, and handheld devices. See Figure 1 to 10. The primary advantage of PV systems in these applications is that the load is not permanently connected to a stationary power source and is free to move. Some portable applications require power when the sun is not available, requiring a battery as part of the PV system. Other portable applications, such as battery chargers for small electronics, are simpler systems that operate only under sunlight. Most portable PV systems are relatively small and can power only modest loads. For ease of transportation, the systems should be relatively light. Relatively light. Portable systems also need to be repositioned each time they are relocated. They can usually be used while in motion, but if not constantly facing the sun, the power output will be reduced. Vehicles. Recreational vehicles, RVs, and boats can benefit greatly from PV systems. If the vehicle has many loads, such as the appliances in an RV, the PV system is best suited to be a backup to a primary power source, typically an engine generator. A sailboat, however, may use a small, portable PV system as the primary method for charging the batteries for its relatively small number of loads, such as navigation lights and radios. Chapter 1 Introduction to Photovoltaic Systems 11. 12 Photovoltaic Systems. Portable PV Applications. DO/NREL, Warren Gretz Solar World Industries America DO/NREL.
Okay. I'm gonna stop that there. Let me open up these, and then I will grab the definitions from all of them so that I can have a comprehensive list for all the definitions. Chapter 2, definitions. Okay. Copy. that's chapter 2 done. Chapter 3. Those are review questions. Guess they put it in one? Yeah, they did. Copy. Chapter. Nope. Chapter. Nope. Okay, what is wrong with my... Chapter. Is that spelled correctly? I guess that's spelled correctly. Chapter 3. A site survey. A personal full arrest system. A solar shading calculator. Magnetic declination. Profile angle. And energy audit. Let's see. Chapter 4. I think. Power conditioning unit. And inverter. It's a lot for the summary. Might actually be better for me to read the summary. I don't know. Should I include the summary as well with them? Probably won't give me everything that I need to learn, but okay, it doesn't give me anything specific, but it is what it is. It's a summary. Okay. Okay. Uh, 6 and 7. Right. Okay, these are the definitions. I'll get rid of this summary. There's no need to have it. Chapter 5. Grab all of these. Okay. I didn't hit my max, did I? Okay, this is fucking up. When in doubt, yeah, just close out of it or just restart it. There you go. It's not thundering anymore. Storm must have passed. Chapter 6.
All right, as you can see, we've changed the board a little bit here to talk about our next subjects. They are peak sun hours and the solar window. Let's approach the solar window first off. Looking at my very low quality globe right here for a moment, you can see I've got 3 lines. I have an equator running across the middle, and I have the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn down here. Now, those are old nautical terms for most people. You'll see them on maps, but they were very important to sailors in ancient times because the Tropic of Cancer is the point at which the sun will be overhead in the northernmost part of the country. So when we, or most part of the planet, forgive me. So when we're having our summer solstice, the sun is right over the Tropic of Cancer. During the equinoxes, spring and fall, the sun is right over the equator. And during our winter solstice, when Australia is having their hot weather, the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, this is important to ancient sailors because based on the time of day, based on the time of year, they would know where the sun was supposed to be and make corrections for that so they could properly navigate the globe. We use this to determine the proper placement for our panels because it breaks down into some basic positions that we can use for a solar panel, which takes me over here, our basic positions. Now we have a chart that shows lots and lots of data, and you'll find these things known as peak sun hour charts in the back of textbooks, on the internet, wherever you may choose to look. With peak sun hour charts, what we're looking for is trying to determine the average number of hours of full sunlight we get each day in a particular location. This is a lot harder than it sounds because when you think about the sun rising, low power, it gets brighter and brighter, it gets around noon, very bright, starts tapering down again, and end of day. So we have to find some way to quantify all this information. And what people did was they came up with some calculus and they managed to take this shape and put it more like a rectangle. And they took all this area and put up here, and they took all this area and put it here. And what they came up with is peak sun hours. The number of hours per day where we are receiving 1,000 watts per meter squared, average. 1,000 watts per meter squared is a peak sun hour. And what that means is for 1 hour, we've had sunlight on the square meter that is equal to full brilliance, no clouds, no shading. And it could actually be a little bit higher than this. It doesn't matter, the solar panels can take it. Ultimately, all we are interested in as installers or designers is the actual number of hours at which a location has 1,000 watts per meter squared. Now you can imagine up north in the winter in very cold conditions with very short days, we might have in December 1.8, 2.4 peak sun hours. In other words, in the course of a full day, we've only got the equivalent of 2,400 watts of power versus during summertime, say in Florida, northern Florida, somewhere around the Tropic of Cancer anyway, you might have 12 hours of peak, or 12 peak sun hours during the course of a day. So we vary greatly. Actually 12 is probably pretty high, but with tracking mechanisms we can get up to about 10 in certain parts of the country. So let's examine our basic positions. We have horizontal, vertical, latitude, latitude minus 15, and latitude plus 15. Well, some things we're stuck with sometimes. If we're on a big flat roof and people want to minimize cost of production, they're probably going to just have panels horizontal. They might be flat. It's not that much cheaper than tilting them a little bit, but some people will do that. So we can have horizontal panels. We can actually have panels anywhere between here, but these are our 5 choices for convenience. We can also have vertical panels. And when you scratch your head for a second, think about where we'd find vertical panels, pretty much the only place is in building integrated technologies, where the windows of a particular skyscraper or large building are photovoltaic panels. And that operates either by letting some sunlight pass through and the rest of the sunlight be absorbed by photovoltaics built within the window, or sunlight passing through with nanotechnology that diverts some of the light to the side of the window where inlaid photovoltaic panels in the building pick up the energy. Either way, that would be a vertical example. Latitude, well, latitude is wherever you are on the planet. Right here in Phoenix, we're at about 33 degrees or so latitude north. So if I wanted my solar system to give me the best year-round power, in other words, about the same in the winter as I got in the summer, I would mount at latitude. And the reason for that is, if we have the sun basically doing this dance of plus 23.5 degrees and minus 23.5 degrees per year, and we mount right at latitude, what we're going to find is half the year, the sun is basically higher in the sky, and half the year, the sun is lower in the sky. So at latitude, we maximize the year-round production. If we're a ski slope, or if we're a ski villa, if you will, or some kind of place in winter up north that wants to maximize wintertime production, we're not going to be at latitude. We're going to be at latitude plus 15 or a little greater. What that means is we're going to make our panels a little steeper, increase the angle, because we want to face the sun as it's lower on the horizon in the wintertime. Conversely, if we're one of the many industries here in Phoenix, you'll notice most panels on rooftops are mounted, at least on commercial buildings like right next door, they're mounted at latitude minus 15. What that does is that takes our latitude, our year-round average, and lowers it by about 15 degrees because, of course, in summertime, the sun is much higher on the horizon. So we're capturing and maximizing the summertime production. So to think of it that way, latitude minus 15 maximizes summertime production. Latitude plus 15 maximizes wintertime production. Latitude will maximize your year-round production. And by latitude, we mean the latitude that you are at. We're at 33 degrees in Phoenix. We would mount the panels at 33 degrees. What that means is the panel will be perpendicular to the sun during the equinoxes. We also got vertical mounting or horizontal mounting. So depending on how we mount these panels and the time of year, we will determine a certain number of peak sun hours. Obviously in the summertime, peak sun hours are greater. In the wintertime, peak sun hours are smaller. In the wintertime, a panel mounted at latitude plus 15 is going to give us greater peak sun hours than a panel mounted at latitude minus 15. And in the summertime, a panel mounted at latitude minus 15 will give us greater energy than a panel mounted here. If we don't have a tracking system, we just have to choose what we're going to do. So, typically for household production, we're mounting on the roofs that are available to us. We're not going to put on the roof standoffs and mount the panel at a different angle. We're going to mount flush to the roof typically. So we're always going to be pretty close to latitude, somewhere in this area, because roofs can be 3-pitch, 4-pitch, 5-pitch, 6-pitch, 8 or 10-pitch. You know, we have a lot of different angles of the roof, but we're simply going to take whatever exposure we can. Obviously southern facing if we can, because the sun is always in the southern hemisphere. So what are we going to do with all this information? Well, we need these peak sun hours before we can actually build a system. And understanding that peak sun hours change throughout the day and throughout the year, we take a peak sun hour level that's a reference point. Now as we move ahead, we're going to be getting into off-grid systems standalone, and we are going to take that reference point, what we call a critical month in solar technology or in solar installations, is the month where we have the least amount of insolation. That's INSOLUTION. Insolation is energy from the sun. So in wintertime, we have less insolation than in the summertime. If we want to design an off-grid system that is going to give us all the power we need and not fail us, we better design for those winter months with the fewer hours. We design for fewer hours, we're going to have a bigger system. It means summertime, hey, we're overproducing. But you know what? If we're off-grid and we design for the summertime, when winter comes along, we will be horribly underproducing, and we'll be running the generator a lot, or burning candles, or doing something like that. So, having said that, we would normally refer to these charts and find an average number of peak sun hours that we will design a system to. Or, if it's just a problem we've been assigned, we'll take a particular number of peak sun hours, whatever it might be, and we will apply it to some calculations to come up with a system size that will service for a particular location. So you're probably wondering what all this is good for. I've changed the board again. We've got a little bit more information up here. I've called out 6.5 peak sun hour, 6.5 peak sun hours for my presentation here. But let's talk about one other thing. In photovoltaics, we need to determine the average number of days we have in a month. Some months have 28, some months have 29, 30, 31. So we just make it simple here. We take all the days in a year and we divide by 12. And we get an average of 30.47, which we round to 30.5. So no more of this 30 days, half September, April, June, and November stuff. Every month has 30.5 days in the photovoltaic industry, just to make calculations easier. So that gets us to a thing where we start examining the needs of a client, someone who's grid tied right now. So let's do that. This person has 2,150 kilowatt hours per month average consumption. And we're going to base a system size on 6.5 peak sun hours per day. Obviously,
I just realized that I don't have my my stuff plugged in, so be right back. I am back.
we base the system size on 3.25 peak sun hours. It would have to be twice as big to get the same power. If we were to base it on 13 peak sun hours, which we can't get, it would be half the size again. No matter, we deal with what we're given. So let's go through the steps about how we determine what the system works out to. So we have a 2150 watt or 2150 kilowatt system, and that's per month. And what we have to consider for this is that no photovoltaic system is 100% efficient. Nothing really gives us 100% efficiency. PV is included in that realm. If we can get 85% efficiency out of a system, we are doing really good. And that will only occur in places like Phoenix, the desert, sunny places. The whole thing about efficiency is we have to know what the efficiency of the system is. If we install a system in the location and it has average amounts of clouds and things like that, we probably will not get as much power as we need. So we have to look at a lot of different things. But the most important thing we have to consider is the average efficiency for a location. And a lot of this just comes from doing it for a while. You work for someone, they say, yeah, we give about 8% here, 85%, 75%. You learn to go with that number. So for the desert, for Phoenix area, I like an 80% efficiency. That allows me to underpromise and overdeliver. By that I mean, I promise you get 5,000 watts and you actually get 5,200 or 5,300 instead of, say, 4,700. That's a huge difference for a client to actually get more than you promise than to receive a little less. Up front, it doesn't matter what you say. Just make sure that they get more than you say, not less than you say. All right, we've talked about average number of days in the month, 30.5. This particular system I'm going to call 80% efficient. We have 2,150 kilowatts per month we have to produce at 6.5 peak sun hours. All right, let's start with 2,150. We said this system is 80% efficient. So I'm going to divide by 0.8. And when I do that, I get 2,625 kilowatts. This is derated. Okay, that's our first step. What we found out is for 2150 watts to be produced every month in an area where we only have 80% efficiency, we need to provide 2625 watts because this gets reduced by the efficiency to the output we're looking for. All right, well, what do we do with this 2625? Well, we said they're an average of 30.5 days per month. So let's go ahead and divide this by 30.5. When I do that, I get 86.065. I'm going to call that 86.07 kilowatts. And let me go back and make a note. So we had monthly 2150 kilowatts required. With an 80% D rate, we know we have to supply monthly 2625 kilowatts. But looking at the average number of days in a month, we know that we need to give about 86.07 kilowatts per day. Well, now what? Well, now we go to our peak sun hours. And we know that during this day, when we need 86.07 kilowatt hours to be produced, we only have 6.5 hours to produce them in. No, we have actually more number of hours, but we have an average number of 6.5 hours that's going to equal 1,000 watts per hour of power. So I'm going to take 86.07, I'm going to divide by 6.5 peak sun hours. And when I do that, I get 13.24. So I need 13.24 kilowatts every hour to be able to make 86.07 kilowatts in a day, to be able to generate 26.2
Okay.
or 20.
What? I'm trying to remember it, Aether. I'm trying, man. I'm trying real fucking hard to remember. But I'll be completely fucking honest. They gave me, what, like 7 fucking videos in a row? It's a pain in my ass, man. Do you know how to get the meat and potatoes yet? No? What do you mean by meat and potatoes? Because so far he's been like going through the chapters and shit. Today, the new kids, well, the new guys got their tools. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, he hasn't gone through that as of yet. It's easier than it sounds. Yeah. I'm only having difficulties with the definitions. He's mostly been he hates that fucking word. He hates it whenever any of us says which understandably. Way more simplified as the definitions are optional for him. Really? Yeah, so like for the past what I want to say this is the second week, so yeah, 2 weeks. He's been going through the chapters, and also at the same time when we're kind of just done doing that, we do a kind of review where we get into 2 teams, focus on attention on IP and quizzes along with the reading comprehension. Yeah. He's been putting us in teams, and then pretty much like he'll ask a question, and then I literally did maybe 2 lessons and did one of them while cooking. fucking fair. I did one while I was lying in bed. Well, specifying lying in bed while also doing my lessons, aka modules, while I was passively like typing in chat. Classmates actually did got everyone's phone number together to pass his final while singing Blank Space I prefer with a friend. The fuck? That sounds interesting.
625 kilowatts in the month, which actually yields 2150 due to our D rate. So 13,240 is what that looks like. And notice up to this point in time, I've been staying in kilowatts. And the reason for that is, if I go to watts, I have to add a comma and 3 zeros. And I'd rather talk about 2150 kilowatts than 2,150,000 watts. It's just easier. However, note that our panel output we said was 240 watts. And we know this because we multiply VMP times IMP. So if we're dividing,
That's
if we're
actually
taking
kind of
watts
funny.
and panels, and we ought to determine how many panels we need for this particular system, let's take the system and
that's
turn it
fair,
from
though.
kilowatts.
I don't blame you. I know shit better
Into
than I
watts.
know where I live. That's why I literally put every single address in the
And
thing.
I'll erase a little bit right here so we can do a calculation. So 13,240 watts is what we need to produce every
Awesome,
hour.
man.
And
Alright, well, you have a good stream,
we know
dude.
that one of our solar panels
I'll probably
will
hop in
produce
after
240
I'm,
watts
like,
every hour.
too hungry to
So if we divide
continue
13,240,
streaming.
the output of the system, by 240, the output of just one panel, we will determine how many panels we need in totality. So let's do that. 13,240 divided by 240 equals 55 panels. Let me just run that again. Came out too nice. Ah, yeah. It was too nice. 55.166 panels. So again, we talked about getting to this stage. 55.166 panels will give us 13,240 watts. We could give them 55 panels. I mean, 0.166, that ain't nothing. Round down to 55. And 55 works with strings of 11 and such like that as well. 5 times 11 is 55. But if we round down, we're giving them slightly less than we need to give them. So in this class, because this is wattage, this is not a limitation. It's simply a threshold that we have to at least meet. I'm calling that 56 panels. So we now know that for this system to produce 2,150 kilowatt hours per month, we're going to have to give it 56 panels. Okay, so how big is the system? Well, panels are 240 watts each, and we're using 56 of them. Let's multiply that out. The wattage of one panel times the total number of panels will give us the total DC system wattage. So 55.16 we're saying is 56 really, times 240. That equals 13,440 watts, or 13.44 kilowatts. Good. So we have 13.44 kilowatts that we need to produce, or that we have total of input here for. So it looks to me like we better use an inverter that's a little larger than 13,440 watts. And inverters come in all sizes and all flavors. So I'm just going to call it, I'm going to say we're going to use a 15,000 watt inverter. That gives us a little bit of headroom because 13,440 watts is the maximum we might be producing at any one time. So I don't want to go with, say, well, I can't find a 13.44 kilowatt inverter anyway. Probably 15 or 16 kilowatts is the next inverter size I'm going to actually come across. So that makes sense to round up a little bit that way as well. So let's take a look at our next step now. We know the size of the system we need. We know the size of the inverter we need. We know the total number of panels, 56 panels. Well, remember the trick from last time to determine the maximum and minimum panels that we're going to use in a series string. We're going to start off, or actually to determine how many strings we have of how many panels. Let's take a look at this. We got some math to crunch here for a moment. So we're going to step on back again to the 50 degrees high temperature that we have with a correction factor of 0.9. We said that was going to be, let me do the math again, because I changed this a little bit. Before we were at 40 degrees with a 0.95. So here we're at 0.9. Let's say 30 times 0.9, our high temperature correction factor, is 27. So what we know is our temperature high, our panel high voltage or panel low voltage, Vmin for a high temperature, is 27. Let's take a look at the correction factor now for VOC. Again, we've got 1.1 correction factor because we're at 0 degrees Celsius. And again, this is from a chart that we're looking up. This isn't something you're supposed to know. So we look at the chart, we see 0 degrees, we see 1.1 correction factor. We multiply 1.1 times 35. I said we multiply 1.1 times 35, and that's 38.5 as we found before. So 38.5 volts maximum, 27 volts minimum. Cool. Let's look at the inverter input here for a second. We've got 350 volts minimum voltage, 550 volts maximum voltage. I want to know the minimum and maximum number of panels I need in a series string so I can design my system a little better. So looking at this 350, that's the minimum voltage that the inverter will accept. 27 volts is the minimum output of one panel. So I'm going to divide 350 by 27. That gives me 12.96. And as we did before, because that's the minimum, I'm going to round that up to 13 panels minimum. Okay, 550 is the maximum input voltage. And we said that 38.5 is our maximum panel output voltage. So I'll divide 550 by 38.5 volts. That gives me 14.285 panels. But remember, 14.285 is the maximum I can have, so I need to round that 14.285 down to 14 panels max. Okay, we're holding down the system. 13 panels maximum, 14 panels maximum in a string, 13 panels minimum in a string, total of 56 panels. So, our two steps here to determine the number of panels in a string, or the average number of panels in a string, as well as the number of strings, is going to be a 2-point division problem, starting both times with the total number of panels, 56. In our first step, we're going to divide 56 panels by the maximum panels we have found for any string. That's 14. 14 goes into 56. Let's see what that is exactly. 4 times. How about that? So this looks like 4 strings. And that's our first step. This is going to be very easy though with 4 strings like that. So we're going to take 56 and we're going to divide by 4. And when we take 56 divided by 4, we get, voila, 14 panels per string, 4 strings. Does that work with our math? Heck yeah, because we said we have 13 panels minimum or 14 panels maximum. This doesn't mean it's going to be both these. It means It can be as little as 13, it can be as much as 14. If we had 55 panels, we would come up with 4 strings or 3 strings of 14 panels and 1 string of 13 panels. No problem, we're off by 1. That's good. That's not bad at all. But in this case, we wound up with a nice even number of panels. So we know we have 4 strings of 14 panels. That serves us well. So we're kind of clear about what we need to do with the voltage. We figured all this stuff out. We're left, though, with determining what size wire we need. So this is going to take us to our next step, which is looking at ISC, IMAX, and OCPD. Okay, so we said we were going to take a look at some additional information here. ISC, IMAX, OCPD. So let's take a look. We have a couple things given to us here. We have this IMP and we have ISC here. Now IMP is really useful for us, only for determining the power output of the panel, 240 volts, or 240 watts, forgive me. So we found that earlier. We handled our correction factors and got our corrected voltages. We used our minimum and maximum inputs of the inverter to determine the minimum and maximum number of panels in the string, minimum 13, maximum 14, pardon me. And based on the total number of panels, which we determined was 56 panels, we worked out 4 strings of 14 panels each, which is great. We have a system now that we know is going to work. 4 strings, 14 panels each. We're clear of voltages. Everything's within range. But what size wire? Good question, at least an appropriate question. So let's start on back at just a string. Now you remember back earlier I talked about series parallel, and I said in a string, series string voltages add. Every time you throw another panel, you add that voltage. However, no matter how many panels you have in the string, the current stays the same. You want to increase the current, you add another string. So, given that information here, let's take a look at how we're going to determine how we're going to do this. So we have ISC. We say ISC, the short circuit current of this panel is 10 amps. What we're saying is, we short this darn panel out, we're getting 10 amps maximum. That's good. But we have a thing in photovoltaics, actually we have this thing in our environment, and what that is albedo light. We have direct energy coming from the sun. We have refracted energy, or sometimes reflected energy, if you want to call it indirect energy, coming from the clouds. We also have albedo energy. Albedo energy bounces all around the place, and in certain conditions, it can amplify light incredibly. You think of a whiteout condition perhaps in the Arctic, where you step outside your Tennessee steps and turn around and you really can't see much, it's all blurred. Well, this can happen to photons as well. A lot of times it happens on days that are slightly overcast with a very thin cloud layer and bright sun above. And you can figure from, say, 10 in the morning till 2 or 3 in the afternoon, all panels are overproducing. I say this because the panel ratings are based upon exposure to the sun at a steeper angle of approach. So basically, solar panels are going to be stronger than they're rated during the peak hours of the day. We don't really have to worry about that. We take that into consideration with the voltages here. But we still want to figure out our wire size. So, getting back to the current, ISC, short circuit current, 10 amps. But I just said we have conditions where sunlight can actually be stronger than it normally is, or we can have greater conditions. When that happens, what we're going to do is add a correction factor onto this. Now, because we don't know when that will happen, we simply add the correction factor up front. This is basically to handle any increased illumination of panel C, any overproduction that might be caused by environmental conditions. And this is a constant. We multiply this 10 amps by 1.25, or 125%. Either way, what that gives us is 12.5 amps. And we have a term for this. This was short circuit current, 10 amps. Now, in any other device that you can think of, you can't exceed the short circuit current. I mean, come on, short circuit current always says, we short 2 wires together, we open the circuitry with a breaker or a fuse, and we're dead in the water. Not so with solar panels. That enhanced optical conditions that we have when the sun is just right, or when the sun is right overhead, or we have certain cloud considerations, will lead to increased productivity of energy. So we account for that with this 1.25 correction factor. This becomes what we call I max. So we have short circuit current. We have even less of that maximum power current. This is what we're really getting out day in and day out. This is an extreme condition. This is our cover our assets extreme condition. We take the short circuit current and we don't stop there, we multiply by 1.25, gives us 12.5 amps. We're calling this IMAX. So IMAX is the maximum current that we expect under any condition. Even though you might say, oh wait, this is IMP, maximum power current. Nah, forget it. We're basing the maximum power off of the short circuit current increased by a percentage. So IMAX is 12.5 amps. Cool. However, this is the rating we give to our devices. This is how much power is coming out of, say, one string, 12.5 amps. Coming out of one panel as well. But remember earlier we said, no matter how many panels we have in a series string, the voltage increases, the current remains. The current 12.5 amps IMAX remains the same throughout the string. But when we consider how we're going to carry this current across wires, we don't want to maximize a wire. In other words, we don't want to run 12.5 amps through a wire that's rated at 12.5 amps. It's like driving your car with a speedometer pegged up at 120 miles per hour all the time. Everywhere you go to the store, down 120 miles per hour, everywhere. Pretty soon your car's going to burn up. Your car's not designed to run at maximum speed all the time. Well, we don't want wires to carry the maximum rating all the time either. So we have this concept about a continuous current device. If anything runs for 3 hours or longer, it's considered continuous current. Solar panels out in the sun? Yeah, they pass that test. The sun's going to be up for 3 hours or longer, so these are continuous current devices as well. So we got 12.5 amps here, IMAX. We ain't done. 12.5 amps is the maximum current, but we want to rate our breakers and our fuses and our wires higher than this. So we take 12.5 and what do we do? Hey, guess what? Another 1.25% correction factor, 125% correction factor. 1.25. When we get that, I get 12.5 times 1.25, and that gives me 15.56. So what have we found? A series string of these panels with only 8 amps IMP output and 10 amps short circuit current output is going to be listed as having 12.5 amps maximum power output and is going to be protected by fuses and wires that are rated at least 15.56 amps. Notice I said at least. Now, if we had 15 amps right here, I would go with 14 gauge wire because I know that 14 gauge wire allows up to 15 amps of power. However, 15.56 amps. That moves me to 12 gauge wire. 12 gauge wire will allow up to 20 amps. So I know I'm going to use number 12. And for 15.56 amps, under 50 amps, breakers and fuses typically are rated in 5 amp increments. So I'm not going to go back to 15 amps to 15.56 amps. So my next logical choice is a 20 amp fuse or circuit breaker. Probably we're talking about strings, so we're going to be talking about fuses. So, and that's actually a diagonal slash. So we're using 12 gauge wire for each string. Each string will be protected by a 20 amp fuse. So what do we mean by that? We said we have 4 strings here. So panel, 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 and panel. Each of these are 14 panels deep. We're going to feed these all into a combiner box. And that combiner box is going to have fuses in it. So if we have 4 strings and 14 panels, up on the roof we'll have this combiner box. Bring them all in one place, makes it easy. In the combiner box, we're going to have fuse holders, and we're going to have 20 amp fuses inside those fuse holders. The reason for this is, if one string fails, and we do not have fuses to protect that string, or to isolate that string, I should say, it will bring down all the other strings. Suffice to say, we want to pick each string with its own fuse. If the string fails, this fuse blows, these 3 strings keep on producing power. So we can take a look at this and extrapolate up, and then do the math just to make sure we're good with that. So that number 12 gauge wire at 20 amps, well, that's for one string. We said we want 4 strings, right? So 4 strings is going to be 15.56 amps. Now remember, we went to 20 automatically because there's nothing between 15.56 and 20. Let's take 15.56 and multiply by those 4 strings. I think that's right. Yeah, 62.24, not bad. Alrighty. So we have 62.24 amps in the home run. So here are 4 strings, all going into this combiner box. Okay, so we have 62.24 amps for our home run. We say the home run is the combination of all 4 strings going through their individual fuses and coming on down to our inverter. So now I'm going to reference my NEC codebook to figure out what size wire I use. And we still have 2017, though there is a 2020 codebook available. Let's pop this open here pardon me. Yes, the words better when I have it for. Here we are. We are in table 310.15. And table 310.15 is what we all refer to figure out what size wire we need for a particular current or draw. 62.24 amps. Going down the wire type I need here, I'm going to stop right here at number 6, because I know that number 8 will only give me 55 amps, but number 6 goes to 75 amps. So that's told me a little bit more about this thing. Number 6 wire for home run. And for our main breaker, 62.24 amps is the current we're carrying, and that is, of course, our OCPD rating. So we're going to go ahead and say 70 amp main breaker. So we have a 70 amp main breaker, number 6 wire, which carries up to 75 amps of current, allowing us 62.4 amps of current running up to the roof, where we divide into, or where we come from 4 strings that are divided 14 panels per piece. So we're almost done looking at the mathematics that we will use for calculations for systems. There are a couple of things we look at next. One of them is going to be standing alone. Basically, what do we do when systems are off the grid and we need to supply them with batteries. But before we get there, let's take a look at what we do when we have to run a long distance. In other words, we're considering panels right here up on our roof. What if we have 5 or 10 acres and we have panels out of sight over a hill 350 feet away? That's going to change the equation. So we'll take a look at that next.
Okay. Intro to min-max voltage. Oh boy, or min-maxing, no. Min and maximum voltage. Solar panels put out higher voltage at lower temperatures. The NEC set the limitations for the maximum DC voltage that a photovoltaic system can output. 1 and 2 family dwellings, 600 volts or less, other types of building are 1000 volts or less, and not located in the building can be 1500 volts or less. If VOC, open circuit voltage, highest voltage on the PV panel, if VOC x the C correction factor, well, VOC times the correction factor equals voltage used for sizing the CC or inverter. The VMP times the minimum C correction factor, high voltage correction, is used for the min voltage for sizing the CC and INV. IMP, maximum amps under load, and lower amps on the PV panel. ISC, the maximum amps on PV panel. No load amps. panel wattage is equal to VMP times IMP. Minimum panel voltage equals VMP lower than 2 times correction factor. Max temperature in the area 30 degrees Celsius. Minimum voltage formula 30 minus 25 constant standard test conditions equals 5 times 0.4 equals 2%. 100% minus 2% equals 98%, or 0.98, which is our correction factor. VMP for the module was 33.3 VDC times 0.98 CF equals 32.6 VDC at 30%. Sorry. 30 Celsius for the new low voltage. This is one order. all about okay, chapter 7 is all about charge controllers. That makes sense. Charge controllers manage interactions and energy flow between the PV array, battery bank, and electrical load. A single stage battery charging is simpler, but multi-stage battery charging brings batteries to a higher state of charge more efficiently. A charge controllers protect batteries from overcharge by terminating or limiting charging current as they approach a full state of charge. Charge controllers protect batteries from over discharge by disconnecting voltage at low battery voltage, which indicates a low state of charge. Many charge controllers include displays or LEDs to indicate battery voltage, changing current, state of charge, and or present operating mode. Shunt charge controllers regulate charging current by short-circuiting the array. Series charge controllers regulate charging current by opening the circuit from the array. Pulse width modulation. PWM simulates a lower average current level by pulsing a higher current level on and off for short intervals. Maximum power point tracking manipulates the load or output voltage of an array in order to maintain operation at or near the maximum power point under charging temperatures and irritance conditions. Divisionary charge controllers regulate charging current by diverting excess power to an auxiliary load when batteries are fully charged. Okay. Controllers designed for hybrid PV systems must manage multiple current sources simultaneously. Amperage hour charge controllers track the cumulative number of amperage hours applied to a battery bank and discontinue charging at a preset total. Charge regulation set points are the voltage levels at which the charge controllers interrupt or reconnect the charging current from the array to the battery bank. The optimal voltage regulation set point depends on the type of battery and charge controller. Load control set points are the voltage levels at which the charge controller disconnects or reconnects the discharging current from the battery bank to the load. The equalization set point brings the battery voltage to a level that is higher than the normal charge regulation voltage. Set points are adjusted with pinometers, potentiometers, or switches inside the charge controller. Oh shit, not what I meant to click. Fuck. Oh shit. Temperature probes are placed between batteries and connect to a charge controller to compensate and charge regulation set points. Many criteria should be considered when selecting charge controllers for a PV system. Large conductors between a charge controller and a battery bank have resistance that cause voltage drops. Voltage drops also affect voltage measured at the charge controller, which triggers overcharge and over-discharge protections too early. Some charge controllers use additional battery voltage sense conductors to avoid the effect of voltage drop on set points. Larger PV systems often use independent charge controllers for each array source circuit. Separate charge controllers are usually recommended for charging independent battery banks from a single array. Okay. In some cases, a single charge controller may be used to charge independent battery banks. A junction box. Okay, gotcha. To balance the charge to and from the battery in a self-regulating PV system, the load must be well defined. The battery must be oversized, and the array current must be limiting. Low voltage modules control current into a battery bank without a charge controller because their current automatically falls as the battery reaches full charge. Just going through it all. Yeah, it is. Minimum and maximum voltage. I'm not ready for this one. Sure. Okay. Oh. Okay. What would be the highest voltage from each panel and the array at 16C? There are 18 modules in series in the array. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Modules, there you go. Okay. I'm gonna put this over here. So at 16 Celsius, right? So So the VOC is 20. So I need to find this, the correction. This. How many tries do I have for this? Okay, so okay. Hmm. BMP. XP. That's what I'm getting from that. Not interested. So the... Okay. How the fuck? I can feel my brain popping. Hello? I'm not streaming math. This is my solar shit that I need to do, and I'm trying to figure out what the correction factor is for 16 Celsius. And I am having a very difficult time because I'm trying to learn this really fucking quickly, and it is not doing me any favors at the moment. Which is very fun. Clearly. So how are you doing, Greg? Yeah, no, I'm not going to college. I am fucking getting my electrician certification. And one of the courses that I need to do is the fundamentals of solar. So that's, yeah, very fun, but also a pretty hefty pain in my ass too. I don't think that's right. Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Some of you know that I had shoulder surgery a couple months ago. Been working on flexibility, and it's going real well. Now I get to start working on strength. But look at this. This is all the doc's allowing me to lift these days. How am I ever going to be strong enough to go work out in the field again? Well, I guess for now, I'm just going to have to focus on this video. Temperature correction factors. If we look at 310.15a for a moment, it tells me to use the MPAS.
I can only imagine biochemistry was obnoxious. Solar voltage space math only seems worse. How much are you having to cram? I'm not having to cram much, believe it or not, but it is kind of something that I want to get out of the way as I'm not behind, but I'm not really in front of it either. And I want to get this over with so that I can start researching some other shit. And that's pretty much it. I'm having a hard time understanding solar fundamentals, mainly because I'm not exactly having, I'm not having hands-on experience, and I'm having to read for once, and that's not particularly great when it comes to me. I'm more of a hands-on learner than I actually am a book kind of learner. So, this is what I'm doing. What I have been doing for a little while now. 16C, that actually, okay, 1.3 actually might be correct. For it. That actually might be the correct temperature factor that I need to be using. I'm gonna be... So, to get the maximum voltage, this is what this is asking. I'm assuming it's doing the highest, or the maximum. That also doesn't seem great. So the VOC, which is 20 VDC. There. So that would be just 20 times 1.388. Yeah, that doesn't mention anything there. Fucking hell.
Capacities as found on tables .16 through .21. But it also adds, use these ampacities as modified by the rules in .15 A through F. We'll be looking at B here, how to modify these ampacities when our conductors are in ambient temperature conditions different from those of any of the particular tables. I have another video on .15C, ampacity adjustment, how to modify the ampacities when we have more than 3 current carrying conductors, and another one on E, whether to count the neutral as a current carrying conductor or not. Well, let's start this video by looking at the informational notes below .14A3. What we find here is that the temperature rating of a conductor cannot be exceeded for prolonged periods of time. Otherwise, we risk damaging or degrading the insulation. Also, as a conductor works its way through a building, it may encounter different ambient temperatures in different locations. Now, these notes go on to say that the heat generated in any conductor, simply by virtue of it carrying current, must be dissipated into the ambient medium. What they mean by ambient medium is the air, or the insulation, or the concrete, whatever directly surrounds your cable or your conduit. The point here that we're looking at is that the hotter the environment is, the harder it is to dissipate the heat from conductors. Think of a train, pack it full of people on a hot day. Doesn't matter if you open the windows, we're still going to sweat to death. But same train, same number of people, on a cold day, you might be quite comfortable because any heat you generate can quite easily dissipate into the cooler environment. So where am I going to worry about this at work? Well, outdoors or in non-air conditioned buildings in parts of the country where the temperatures are often hotter than the conditions required for your ampacity tables. Table 310.16 requires an ambient temperature of 86 degrees Fahrenheit for these ampacities. If you're hotter than that, you'll need to reduce the ampacities. But interestingly, if your environment is cooler than that, you may be able to increase the ampacities.
You know, it's nice learning something without any context on the information. Yeah.
Other locations might be in some industrial facilities.
It's
hot pieces of equipment or being close
It's like
to
watching
them.
the Indian
Factory
guy
floors, some of
on
those are hot all the
on
time.
YouTube
Think of attics.
describing
Depending on
mathematics to you.
ventilation, they can get extremely hot up there. Now, here's a quick note on residential attics, because in residences, you're often using Romex or NM cable, which has an interesting quality. It's constructed to the 90 degrees Celsius rating, so I can start my calculations with these ampacities. However, I can never run more amps on it than those in the 60 degree column. So that reduction in ampacity is often enough to accommodate your temperatures in your attic, especially if they're well ventilated. Now, some locations, you're going to have to determine your own temperature. But outdoors, what do I use in my city? Temperature's always changing. There's a little informational note at the end of dot 15b, and it tells me I can use the ASHRAE handbook. Now that's put out by the heating and air conditioning folks, and they'll charge you money for that book. But if you look at copper.org and do a search there for outdoor and rooftop temperatures, scroll down a few inches, you can click on that link and it will give you the temperatures across hundreds of cities throughout the US and Canada. I have a little snippet of it here, so let's take a look at that. I clipped out data for a few cities in 3 states to show the differences across the US. Now the info note says to use this ASHRAE handbook, but didn't specify which temperature, max temp or this 2% design temp. However, the commentary in the NEC handbook uses this column, so I have confidence following their example. And what this means is that these temperatures are only exceeded 2% of the time during summer months. So yes, it will get hotter than this at times, but remember what I quoted from that info note earlier in this video? That the temperature rating cannot be exceeded for prolonged periods of time. And these temperatures are only exceeded for relatively short periods of time, less than 2% in the summer. These distances above the roof used to be important because our ampacities would differ depending how far above the roof surface our conduits were run. But that changed in 2017, and the code now is only concerned if we're less than 7/8 of an inch off the roof surface. And if we are that close, it requires us to add 60 degrees Fahrenheit to our outdoor temperatures. And sure enough, what's the difference between these two columns? 60 degrees. 60 degrees. So, as it stands now, we're only concerned with these two columns. And 10% of the length, capacity for the hotter outdoor temperature, 30 degrees Celsius temperature, ambient temperature, I said 60. Well, think about that for a second. If your ambient temperature We could be indoors or we could be outdoors. Either way, I picked insulations that could be used in wet environments. THWN, Arizona. So it's the factor which is here, or the Celsius.
I don't think this is it's talking about what I actually need to. Fuck.
Okay, so we said we're going to take a look at some additional information here. ISC, IMAX, OCPD. So let's take a look. We have a couple things given to us here. We have this IMP, and we have ISC here. Now, IMP is really useful for us only for determining the power output of the panel, 240 volts, or 240 watts, forgive me. So we found that earlier.
I'm realizing why I hate school and math. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. And I'm Asian. And that's saying something. You fucking put it on a board, it's complicated as shit, but like when you actually explain it, it's actually, well, I mean, no, that's the other way around. When you put it on board, it looks simple. But when you put it into words, for some reason, people make it really, really overcomplicated. And unfortunately for me, because I've noticed this, because of my first class last month, a lot of the terminology is reused. So you have to look up specific things to know what that means if you don't know it. Like, one term could mean completely something else if you put it into a medical context, and then if you try to repeat the same thing for electrical, it will mean something else. So you have to be very specific on what you're looking up, which has annoyed me. Why can't you get your own shit? Oh, I am good at other things. I am... Believe me, I'm not good at math, but I'm good with other shit. What that shit is, honestly, I don't know. People have been trying to tell me for years. Alright, so... to get the max, I would just times the VMP and the IMP, which is, didn't I do that earlier? Yeah, I did. So that's the max wattage. That's a clean number too. That's 76.5.
We handled our correction factors and got our corrected voltage.
Oh, the correction factors, right? So this is, this would be the temperature low, yeah. I need to find how to get the CF, because I don't know how to do that. Would it be Solar C? We're just talking about it?
All right, as you can see, we've changed equal to 4 parts, pretty much the 3 degrees or so for summertime production.
Nope. Solar B.
Let's pick it up where we left off. We have a solar panel. 35 volts open circuit, 30 volts maximum power, 8 amps maximum power current, 10 amps short circuit current. I've added a new term, MPP. The maximum power point of this panel, we said, was the voltage, the maximum power voltage times the maximum power current. Volts times amps equals watts. So let's give us some nomenclature there. 240 watt panel. We've determined previously, based on temperatures of 0 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius, that we have a maximum voltage from the panel of 38.5 volts, and we have a minimum voltage from that panel of 28.2 volts. Looking good. So, what do we do with all this information?
Okay, never mind. It wouldn't be in chapter 6, would it? Would it be talking in chapter 6? Let's move this over a little bit. Talk about battery principles, battery types, battery system, battery installations. No, it does. Fucking kill me. Okay. No. A? Because it's definitely not going to show me in...
Let's continue by discussing maximum and minimum voltages. Before we do that, let's actually talk about what we get from a solar panel. There are 4 aspects of a solar panel that we have to deal with on a regular basis if we are going to be successful in determining how many solar panels we need for a particular project. These 4 aspects are VOC, VMP, IMP, and ISC. To elaborate, VOC is the open circuit voltage. That would be me taking a meter, putting positive on positive, negative on negative for a single solar panel or a cluster, putting it out in the sun, and just getting an open circuit voltage. That voltage is open circuit because it's not going anywhere, and it's going to be higher. It's going to be higher because the volts aren't doing anything. We're not putting anything to work. Next is VMP, maximum power voltage. That would be the voltage I would be reading from a solar panel if it were plugged into a system and operating. I'd put my positive on positive, negative on negative, but I would not read the open circuit voltage. Why is that? Well, we have a flow of current. We have a circuit doing work, and so the volts are going to drop somewhat. Even in a solar system where we're generating power, as we generate that power, that voltage drops a little bit when it's no longer an open circuit. Next consideration, IMP, maximum power circuit, or maximum power current, forgive me. Maximum power current is the most current, hence maximum power, we expect to ever get out of a solar panel. It is simply the best output based on the solar panel doing its best job to maximize the voltage and the current. Finally, we have ISC, short circuit current. This is the current that I would get if I had a solar panel and I shorted positive and negative together, maybe put a wire nut there to make sure it contains. Now, you can do this with a solar panel. You can't do this with many other devices. You short a battery, it's going to boil or blow. But you can short a solar panel because the current level is low and the wires are rated much higher than the panel can generate power. So we dead short a solar panel, creating a short circuit current, clamp a meter onto it. We're going to read an exceptionally high level of current, more current than we get in maximum power current. Why is that? Well, again, we have a short circuit. We have no voltage working here. We have just the flow of electrons running around. And so we're getting the most current reading from that particular panel. We use these in a variety of ways, and we use these different numbers to determine different things. For a solar panel, for instance, we're going to use VMP and IMP to determine the wattage of the panel. I might need to back up just a little step here, and let's talk about Ohm's law for just a moment. P equals I times E, where P is the power, equals amps times volts. So, if I have a solar panel, VMP is 30 volts. IMP is 8 amps. We can easily ascertain that this is a 240 watt solar panel. How do we do that? 30 times 8. 3 times 8 is 24, add a 0. We have a 240 watt panel. For all solar panels, this is how we determine the power. Now, if you volts. So, if I have a, we can easily ascertain that this is a 240 watt solar panel. How do we do that? 30 times 8. 3 times 8 is 24, add a 0. We have a 240 watt panel. For all solar panels, this is how we determine the power. Now, or 300, 500, whatever. Solar panel manufacturers are going to round, and typically they're going to round values play in. We have the open circuit voltage, the reference point below 25 degrees Celsius. So VOC, again, the open circuit voltage, it is the voltage that we will use in cold temperature to try to determine how many volts we're getting out of the panel. The reason we use open circuit voltage for cold temperature is because solar panels and voltage, or I should say the voltage of a solar panel and the temperature are inversely proportional. As the temperature gets colder, the voltage gets higher. As the temperature rises, the voltage will drop. Not significantly, well, depends on what you mean by that, significance, but enough that we have to design for that or we'll be in trouble. So we have VOC here. ISC, short circuit current. It is very important for us. Short circuit current is what we're going to rate the systems at. We've got IMP here, of course, but short circuit current is a possibility. Any wire in a system can become shorted. If these wires become shorted, we can experience that full short circuit current. So this is where we're going to start when we're working a little bit further with our systems. And if we have 30 volts for VMP, we probably have about 35 volts VOC. If we have 8 amps for a maximum power current, we probably have about 10 amps for our short circuit current. So these 4 values determine everything we need to know about a solar panel and help us to utilize the panel in a circuit such that we can design the quantity of panels in series, the quantity of panels in parallel, to provide enough power for an inverter without overpowering it. Let's jump over to this table. You'll notice I have 40 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees Celsius, and 0 degrees Celsius. Now this table is a correction factor table, and I won't wave it at you, but we have a chart that you can basically reference here to get all these numbers. Now, if you're taking advanced systems with me, you're going to learn the formulas to actually calculate these. But in basic photovoltaics, we don't worry about that. We give you a chart, we say find the correction factor. So correction factor, let's talk about for a moment. I mentioned previously that voltage and temperature in solar panels are inversely proportional. The temperature goes up, voltage goes down. Temperature goes down, voltage goes up. So we have correction factors to deal with the differential temperatures or the difference in temperatures. Notice 40 degrees Celsius, we have a correction factor that's less than 1, 0.94, because it's getting hotter, so we are getting less volts. As we get colder, notice at 0 degrees Celsius, we have a correction factor that's 1.1. So it's gotten greater. It's getting colder, the voltage is increasing. We have to take that into consideration. Notice at 25 degrees Celsius, we have 1.0. 25 degrees Celsius is considered STC, standard test conditions, which is about 77 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 atmosphere of pressure, sea level, and we use this as our reference point all the time.
I'm
If we're
gonna
at 25
assume that
degrees,
it
we
isn't
have
gonna
no
tell me how to calculate fucking CF. Oh my god.
correction factor. We do, but it's 1. Anything times 1 or multiplied by 1 is itself, so we don't really consider this. As we get hotter, now notice there's really 26, 27, 28,
16,
29, 30,
so it's gonna...
a lot of different temps.
Okay. I'm just gonna assume that I'm gonna be multiplying by 1.1 instead, because as he said, unless I'm going into like really going into it, I'm only ever gonna be given a chart. So I'm gonna go off and just say I'm gonna be working with 1.1. How much that's gonna fuck me over? No fucking clue. But who knows? I have to do an IP right after this anyways. And then the 4 and 5 quiz. I'm gonna be absolutely boned. Fun. So this one, yeah? That didn't play on my... Okay, there's been something really weird as of late where it hasn't, Do I have it in here? Hold on. I don't. Thank you for doing that, because now I know that I don't have sound alerts on this source. So give me a second while I go grab my source. Let me just do that really quick. I am so glad that you fucking did that, because I would not have known otherwise. Why are you doing a time test? I know, right? It's definitely like I don't have trouble paying attention at all or staying on one thing at a time. It's kill me. Sound alerts. How do I get my alerts? Sound alerts. Where the fuck? I know, but this is gonna bother me. it's probably for the best that I just finish my thing first. Fuck. Ow. I just cut myself? The fuck? Okay. I'll go back to it. Just switch it over. Alright. So I'm assuming that I'm timesing by 1.1. So I'm looking for the maximum. So, assuming that we're looking for the maximum, it would be, we're timesing it by 1.1. Understandable. It's more of a. It says that it's a quiz, but it's an activity. I'm not sure how much this is gonna affect my grade, even. Let's pull the calculator. So. Maximum voltage. Given the VOC times CF, which is 1.1. We're gonna go with that because 1.1 is 0 Celsius, right? Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, 0 Celsius is 1.1. I'm gonna say that it is not 1.1, and it is closer to 1.05. I'm gonna say it's that one. Such a dumb fucking thing to do, but hey ho. I'm not sure how much I really care. Still, if you can get a good score. Yeah. Yeah. It has 10 questions. Out of like 10 points each, I guess. What would be the lowest voltage be at the highest average temperature of 42°C? The lowest voltage? Oh. The minimum voltage is the constant minus the standard test conditions. Ah, I see. I'm a dumbass. I didn't read. Let's clear that. So that's 16 minus 25. So that'd be -9. -9 times the constant. Times 0.4. 3.6. And let's I don't think that's right. That doesn't look right at all. So we have 3 points, nope, 6 negative plus 3.6 negative plus 100%. So we're getting a 96.4. So that would be 0.96. So timesing that by 20. No. It actually might be 1.03. Now that I'm thinking about it. 1.03 times 2. Okay. It may not be accurate, but it's close. Things are going wrong. Yeah. -6 is 1.14. How did I get? How do they calculate that? Okay. 16 minus 25. Let's negate that. Damn, actually, probably not meant to, but whatever. Let's get that. 91. Now I have 91%. Close on a multiple choice, that'll do. I guess so. This one's 42, so it'll be a little bit easier to do, because that's 42 Celsius. Was it minus 25? That equals 17. We times that by 0.4, and then we get 6.8%. We minus that by 100. Oh, that's 1,000. We minus it by 100. We get 93.2. So theoretically, So we take that and then times it by the VDC. Right? The VOC? No, we times it by the VOC. Sorry. Clear that. 0.932 times it by 20. And there we have 18.64. Okay, that's easier to calculate. When it's above a certain point, it's easier to calculate. Once it gets in below and to the negative, it becomes really hard. Unless I skipped out that step, then I'm a dumbass. If I did, well, let's try it again. 16 times, wait, no, 16 minus 25, that's that. We times that by 0.4, we get 3.6, and we and that is the percentage of 0.36. We minus that by 100, and then we get 136, which that is 1.036. Wait, have I been doing that wrong? 1.036. Okay. Or timesing that by 20. That's the closest. Would it be anywhere near rounding numbers? Fuck no. But that's... Where's it getting the 12 from? 46.5 times modules. Oh, okay. So we need to take our number that we got, which is 20.72. It's gonna look wrong either way, but have to try it. So we're timesing it by 16? No, 18. We're timesing it by 18. And right there we get 372.96. That's actually kind of close. That's actually pretty close, not gonna lie. It's one off, but it's close. So I think I'll take it. Under high irritants, what would be the highest current from this array at standard test conditions in Phoenix, Arizona? We're doing... Why? Okay. So, okay. The highest current? It's the ISC. Ow. Maximum amp on PV panel, no amp load. Okay. So, wait. Under high irritants, we're just timesing the ISC by 125? One off, yeah. I mean, I probably don't need to do this, but... yeah, that's... by taking ISC multiplied by 125. This is our... okay, yeah. what would be the highest module output voltage from this array at 8C? There are 18 modules in series in this array. So we're going back to this one. But now we're taking 8 minus 25, that is 22, 25, which is negative 17. We're timesing that by 0.4, which is gonna give us 6.8%. We minus that by 100, which is gonna give us 1.068 as our CF. So 1.068, and we're taking that and we're timesing it by our VOC, which is going to be 21.36, so somewhere around there. And then we're timesing that number by the amount of modules. That would be 384.8 VDC. I feel like when it comes to the colder temperatures, it's noticeably hard to get this CF correct. Hold on. Wait, what? Oh. Never mind. Yeah, even for actually, hold on. No, that's as far as I can go. Okay, I'm definitely gonna need to ask my teach about this tomorrow. What would be the lowest voltage at a high average temperature of 50C? There are also 18 modules in series in this array. Okay. So the lowest voltage here. So we're going 50 minus 25, which is 25. We're not dividing it. We are timesing it by 0.4, which, wrong thing, timesing it by 0.4, that is 10, so that should be 0.1, or, yeah, 0.1, or that's just 10%, minus that by 100, you get 90, so we have 0.9 for our CF. So we're timesing that by our oh man. We're timesing that by our VMP. So that'd be 17. So that's 15.3. And now we're timesing that by the amount of modules we have. So that's 18 modules. So that's 15.3 times 18. That is 257.4. That's that one. What would be the highest voltage at -8C? We have 12 modules wired in series in this array. What? Page 311. I see. Are you kidding me? I could have looked at this entire time. I'm snipping this. Copy that, bring that off to the side, put this right there, solar notes, that, right there. Quiz. Don't even at me. Someone swapped numbers in their brains. Did I swap the numbers in my brain? No, I didn't. I'm good. I'm fine. So, -11 to -10, I'm gonna be dealing with 1.14. I'm gonna put this right here. Oh, right there. So, for -8, we're dealing with 1.14. It was so small, dude. It told me which page to go to, but I had it fucking enlarged to the point where I didn't see that part. You can set up. Fuck. At the very least, I have the numbers now, so I don't have to fuck around too much. And any higher numbers, any number higher than 25, it's gonna be easier for me now to calculate, or just, yeah. I do not need you. So it's 1.14, and we are looking for the highest voltage. So in that case, we're doing the VOC times that number. So 45.3 times 1.14. With that number, we get 51.64. I'm gonna choose that one just for now. And we're timesing it by the amount of arrays again? Yeah, so we have 12. So that is, yep, 619.7. 0.7? I'm not gonna stress the small details. The main number is correct. Small violin time. I trust you. Don't worry, I trust you. The highest current standard test conditions in Phoenix, Arizona. Fucking. That one's easy. 1.26 times 1.25. 11.5. What would the lowest voltage at high average temperatures of 30 C? We have 12 modules. So lower voltage. So we're doing 30 minus 25. We're doing timesing it by 0.4, and then we are subtracting it from 100. So that's a 0.98. 0.98. And that way we're timesing the VMP? Yeah. 36.8. So we get 36.06. I'm gonna choose that one just for now. And the VDC being times the amount of the array, 432.72. Yeah, sure. Use your answers in question 6 above. What would be the maximum number of modules that would be wired in series for an inverter rated for input voltage of 500 VDC? For number 6. Oh, for number 6. Okay. So this one's 12. So hold on a minute. Where's my history? So it's that one. $51. Let's times it by 10. Yeah. I think any lower than 10 is too much. Anything lower than 10 is too little, sorry. Yeah. using answers in question 7 above, what would be the minimum number of modules that can be wired in series for an inverter rated for the input voltage of... Oh, between 200 and 500. Oh, okay. 9. 9 would be that much. Sorry, I read that wrong. So, question 7. So it's this one? Yes. Oh, you know why? Okay, yeah, that 4 is probably doing something to it. I'm not gonna question too much. So, 36.06 between that number. So, let's try 8. Seven, yeah? Yeah. The minimum? What would be the maximum number of modules that can be? Oh, okay. I get it now. So it would not be that. It would actually be, I think, 6. Let's go back and check. 36 times... Nope. 6. Yes, 6 would be the lowest number. Fuck yeah! I got 9 out of 10. Oh, okay, I got this one wrong. I never looked through it again. Would have been a cool idea of me to redo that one. Let's go ahead and do it while we can. So 42 minus 25, that equals 17. Let's times that by 0.4. That is 6.8. Ooh. So that is 0.68 on that half. So let's do 1.00 minus 0.68, and that is 32%. So that 32% time, so we're looking for the low voltage, so I'm timesing it by the VMP, so times 17, so that is 5.4. Okay. And we're timesing that. Something is very wrong here, and I'm too much of a dumbass to realize it. So I'm gonna continue. Yeah, no. That doesn't look right. I'm not gonna continue. So let's try again. 42C minus 25. That is not right. That is completely wrong. So 42 minus 25, 17, times it by 0.4. So that is 6.8. So 100 minus 6.8. It's 93.2%. So we get a number of 0.93 2 and we're timesing that by the VMP, which is 17, which is 15.844. Okay. I don't care if I actually have that wrong. I care that I'm getting it correct. So then we're timesing it against 18, which is 285.192. Fuck yeah. Okay. Either way, I still got 9 out of 10. Really good. IP, I am gonna kind of skip through. Consider using the Interplay app. I think I will not.
Welcome to the first course in our Basics of Solar curriculum, Solar PV Basics 101. Through the lessons in this course, we're going to overview the key things you need to know about why and how so many people today are going solar. So who is this Solar PV Basics 101 course for? Well, everybody. So whether you're already in the solar field and let's say you're doing sales or engineering or field installations, or maybe you're an interested, we figure everybody's got to know the basics of solar. The whole field of solar energy is very exciting, both in the US and around the world, with new installations and technology advances being announced all the time. For example, just in May, the California Energy Commission voted to amend the Title 24 Building and Energy Efficiency Standards to require a solar PV system to be included with any new 1- or 2-story home that's built in California, starting in 2020.
Oh,
this is the very first state mandate for solar PV on new homes, and it just shows how timely a course like this is. This 101 course has 4 lessons, each with a short knowledge check at the end. We'll cover what is solar PV, including other applications beyond just running your home. We'll review all the components that you need to make up the different types of solar PV systems. And we'll finish by explaining how a residential solar system works and how it saves you money, including why there's a big push now for storage with solar. This course and the others is really easy to do. You select a lesson from the course page. You proceed through the lessons like you are now, gaining new knowledge about solar PV. At the end of each lesson, there'll be a real short and easy knowledge check. And there's a lot more in store for you in our full Interplay learning platform, where you can immerse yourself in 3D simulations and learn a lot more about solar. Not only will we have a full solar basics curriculum built up over time, with more detailed courses on all sorts of topics, but we have 3D simulation-based courses where you can learn by doing and actually install a residential solar system. We have courses in site assessment, array assembly, electrical equipment installation and commissioning, and troubleshooting. You get to manipulate the tools and equipment that you would actually use to install a solar system, and then use multimeters and megometers to troubleshoot common problems. It's a super cool way to learn. Just so you know, I'm Mark Morose, and I'll be your narrator for this course and all the others. I'm a solar veteran, and I've worked in solar photovoltaics for 44 years, my whole working life. It's really a long time. I've headed up the training programs for Arco Solar, Siemens Solar, Astropower, GE Solar, SunPower, and SunEdison. And I'm on the NABCEP exam review committee. I've done training courses in over 20 countries. But there's more than that. I'm the proud dad of 3 kids and a daughter-in-law. I'm part of a 3 Prius family. I suppose you could have guessed that one, I don't know. I've lived in Paris in a condemned apartment building while attending a professional school of mime and theater. Bet you didn't know that. And I've also done improvisational theater. And almost every day, I take my 4 dogs on a 3-mile hike up in the hills above our home.
Why do I need to know this?
The Opso is hiding behind the other 2 labs. And I love to teach about solar. So let's get going with the other lessons.
Okay.
Welcome to this second lesson in the Solar PV Basics course, where we'll answer the burning question, what is solar PV anyway? The PV is short for photovoltaic, photo for sunlight and voltaic for electricity. Basically, this technology converts sunlight directly into DC electricity. No moving parts, no chemicals, no pollution, no noise. It's basically magic. It was first commercialized in the 60s for use on satellites, but has now become inexpensive enough to be used on our homes, schools, and buildings. The basic element of a PV system is the individual solar cell. It's only about 1/100 of an inch thick and about 6 inches square. Sunlight shines on the cell and releases electrons to flow out of the cell, carrying voltage and electrical power. But each solar cell produces only about 1/2 volt at about 5 watts.
It's wildly
So we connect
important.
many cells together in series to make a solar module, containing 60 cells for a typical residential module and 72 cells now for commercial and utility power plant projects. Modules are then connected together in series strings, and those strings are combined to make a complete solar array. For typical residential rooftop systems, the array is anywhere from 15 or fewer to 40 modules or more, depending on what will fit on the customer's roof and their budget. For large commercial and utility scale systems, there may be thousands or tens of thousands of modules installed to make megawatt arrays. Before we learn more about using solar PV for homes, I want to make sure you know about the many ways that solar PV is being used today off the grid, not connected to utility power. You've probably seen roadside emergency telephones along the highways that are solar powered. Each one is a standalone radio telephone with a small solar panel at the top to charge a small battery. Solar powered signboards or arrow boards are super common. These can be placed anywhere and operate for weeks or months without any need to refuel a generator. And solar is used on navigation buoys all around the world. And solar power is a common source of power for remote microwave and radio repeater stations that are located typically on very remote mountaintops. Solar is even used in the oil and gas industry, like here for power for telemetry and other equipment on a small oil platform that's too small or remote to have its own generator. Direct coupled water pumping is an excellent use of solar because it does not need any batteries. When the sun shines, the water pumps. These are used in developing countries, but also right here in the US on very large ranches. Rural electrification means supplying electricity to homes, hospitals, and clinics and villages in developing countries that do not have a vast electric grid. People can use as
I think
little
the
as
serving
one solar module
part is
and a single
more
battery to power lights, run small
serving
appliances, and recharge
requires
mobile
more
phones.
of the math.
And
But
there
when
are
it comes to
tens of
actually
thousands
just
of
learning
remote
about
homes
photovoltaics,
that are off the grid
it's
that use
more
solar power with batteries.
it's
to have
easier.
all the comforts of modern living without the hassle of running a generator or paying
Especially when
thousands of
putting
dollars
one
to have the
together.
grid extended to them. But the main market and application that most of you are interested in is the on-grid or grid-connected market. Back in 2006, there were only about 30,000 US homes powered by solar. But by 10 years later, in 2016, there were over 1 million. And there are thousands more being connected to solar every year. Large commercial buildings, or big boxes like Macy's and Walmart, are going solar. Huge arrays of 100 kilowatts up to 2 megawatts and larger are being installed on top of commercial buildings. And they help reduce not only the electric demand of those operations, but they help keep the peak midday load demand below where utility demand charges would kick in and cost thousands of dollars more. It turns out that the largest user of solar PV in the world is the utilities. There are hundreds of huge solar power plants like this one that are giving utility companies a whole new way to make electricity for their customers. Some are hundreds of megawatts in size, and this one in Inner Mongolia is the largest, as of now, weighing in at 1.5 gigawatts, covering 23 square miles of desert. Why are all these people going solar? Well, homeowners, for example, are going solar primarily because it can now save them money on their monthly electric bill. The cost of solar panels has come down so much that solar electricity is now, in many cases, cheaper than grid power. But there's also a strong desire to be independent and self-sufficient. And many people realize that solar is a green technology that does not pollute the atmosphere, and they want to do their part in keeping our CO2 emissions in check. And last but not least, putting solar on your home can increase its resale value.
No, I'm not squeaking a squeaky toy. I have my
cost of the system.
Well, I have my patio currently open at the moment,
large commercial buildings
and
are going solar
there are currently ducks outside
but sometimes
quacking
even more
away.
important than that, a solar array will supply most
If you
of
can
its power
hear
in the
them,
middle
that's
of the
because
day in the
they are
summer,
being
right
very,
when such buildings
very
need more
loud.
power for air conditioning. And large users of electricity are hit with very expensive demand charges that the utility imposes if your momentary demand for power goes above a certain level. So by investing in solar, companies can keep their electric costs in check in two ways. Plus, businesses see the value in branding themselves as green companies that care about the environment. Now, hopefully solar is not the only green thing they do, but we're happy for their embrace. And utility companies are going solar with gusto. The lowering cost of solar panels means that they can generate bulk power for their customers at very competitive rates. And it's quick to build these power plants, so they can get new energy supplies up quickly. Solar is a big part of a general evolution in utility power called distributed generation, where instead of just building very large central power stations, they create many smaller power plants that are placed where they need them, for grid support or peaking power. What this all means is that you are in a great field of work if you're working in solar. In fact, it looks like solar installers are poised to be the fastest growing field of work over the next 10 years, along with our brothers and sisters in the wind industry, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. I was amazed when I saw this graph. I had no idea that we would be at the very top. But it makes sense. Solar costs are coming down, the industry is growing fast, and installing solar takes a lot of skilled hands and gloves. So it's a great opportunity for workforce development. The growth of the US solar industry has been rapid and steady.
This graph shows how much solar power, measured in megawatts, were installed starting in 2000. With the blue color for residential systems, the yellow is basically for commercial, and the green for utility scale systems. Last year, more than 10,000 megawatts of solar PV was installed. That's enough power to run more than 1.5 million homes. You can see that utility scale projects have become the largest part of the overall solar installations. This is evidence that the real drop in cost of solar modules is making solar electricity cost-effective around the country, and utilities are gradually embracing solar as an important part of their overall generation base. The growth of the industry has been helped greatly by the Federal Investment Tax Credit, or ITC. It was first created in 2005, and it's been extended and renewed ever since. It allows customers to get up to 30% of the cost of their solar installation paid for by the government. The steady increase in U.S. solar installations seems to have had an anomaly in 2016, you can see in the graph. And you might think things are on a decline now, but that's not true. What you're really seeing is an unusual surge that occurred in 2016. There was concern in 2015 that the ITC would not be extended by the government, so the industry sold in 2015 and installed in 2016 a huge surge of projects. But the ITC has been extended, and now we're getting back to a more normal pace of growth. You can see that in 2017, it's really still growing at a regular annual growth rate for solar installs. Solar photovoltaics is not just magical, it's here to stay.
Oh. why. Where's that source? Is it this one? No. No. Fucking sound alert. Pfft. Am I not surprised? You get to see behind the scenes. There you go. Let me test it really quick. A lot of knocking indeed. Yeah, that's the one that you queued up 7 minutes ago. Where's the... It's not a test. I'm just trying to fix it. But it seems that it's for the most part fixed, so I don't have to worry too much.
Nero_Yagi played for 0 bits.
Yep. It's a bit too big though. There you go. I'll go back to doing learning, I'm sorry. Yeah. Make it 1/4 of a volt. Never mind. Half. How many cells are typically in a residential module? Let's say 60. How big is the largest utility scale solar power plant? 1.5 gigawatts. What will be the fastest growing occupation in the US in the next 10 years? Solar PV installers. That's not enough, so I had to redo it. But I know what it is now. There you go. Now talk about inverters.
Welcome to this third lesson in Solar PV Basics 101, where we're going to become familiar with all the parts and pieces that make up a system.
Space Goat.
A grid-connected solar PV system is actually pretty simple. There are the solar modules that do the conversion of sunlight into DC electricity.
I'll tell you.
The modules need some sort of support structure. For residential systems, this usually means a rail-based racking system and some type of attachment that secures the racking to the roof rafters. And all systems need a DC to AC inverter. This is because the solar modules make direct current or DC power like you get from a battery, but our homes and electric grid run on alternating current or AC, so the inverter has circuitry to extract the maximum power from the solar array at every moment, and then does high-speed switching and filtering to change the DC into acceptable AC power. The inverter is also the brains of the solar system, constantly monitoring the utility grid and communicating its performance. There are basically 3 different types of solar inverters. The string inverter has been around the longest and is typically the lowest cost per watt of all 3 types. Utility scale solar power plants use very large central inverters or string inverters, which can be 100 kilowatts to 1,000 kilowatts in size. Residential scale systems use much smaller string inverters that typically range from 5 to 12 kilowatts in size. Solar modules are connected to each other in series, creating strings that operate at hundreds of volts DC. And these high voltage strings connect into the string inverter. The next evolution in solar inverters is the microinverter, basically a string inverter for a string size of 1. Each solar module will have its own small microinverter installed beneath it and convert just that one module's worth of power from DC into AC. And perhaps the latest evolution in solar inverters is the optimizer plus inverter technology. Instead of shrinking the entire inverter down, like for microinverters, only the DC power tracking and optimization part of the inverter is made small and installed under each module. The DC power from all the optimizers is then fed into a special inverter. Let me tell you a bit more about each one of these. For a string inverter, individual solar modules are connected to each other in series, positive to negative, adding up their voltage. Strings up to 14 modules can produce operating voltages over 400 volts DC. The final positive and negative wires from the string are then brought all the way down from the roof and connected into the inverter. The string inverter can be mounted on a wall either inside a garage or basement or outside the house near the utility meter. The inverter does two jobs. First, it tracks the maximum DC power that can be extracted from the array. Then it converts that DC power into 60 cycle 240 volt AC power that we need to match up with the grid and our appliances. The downside of using a string inverter is that all the modules in the string need to face the same direction, since the inverter is dealing with all of them at once. And there is usually a minimum number of modules needed to make up a string, usually about 6 to 8. So if you want to increase the size of your array, you can't just add 1 or 2, you have to add another whole string's worth. For microinverters, the entire inverter is shrunk down to about 8 inches in size, and every solar module gets its own inverter installed underneath it up on the roof. Each microinverter works with just one solar module and does the two jobs of maximizing DC output and then conversion into household AC power. All the microinverters are connected to each other in parallel. They all operate at 240 volts AC and just add up their current output. The total AC power from all the microinverters on the roof is then brought down and connects right into the main service panel of the house. There's no large string inverter. The very cool thing about using individual microinverters on each module instead of one big string inverter is that you can orient each module in all sorts of directions and just add up their individual power. You can have a few facing east, a few facing west, one over here, two over there. You don't have to work in big groups that all have to face the same direction, like you do with a string inverter. And if you have local shading on a module or two, it only affects those individual modules and doesn't affect the output of the whole string like it does with a string inverter. This is referred to as having module level power electronics, or MLPE, and it's a big deal. For optimizers, the inverter design has been broken up into two physical parts. Only the electronics that does the maximum DC power tracking is shrunk and installed under each solar module on the roof. So the output from the optimizers is still DC. All the conversion to AC will be done down at the inverter. All the optimizers are connected together in series, positive to negative, like was done for a string inverter. Except now, each module's DC output is maximized individually. So you have the benefits of module level power electronics, just like with microinverters. The combined DC power from all the optimizers is then run down from the roof and into the special inverter. The advantage now is that that inverter already has the optimized and maximized DC power from the array, so the cost and complexity of all that circuitry can be removed from the inverter. That leads to optimizer systems typically being lower in cost than microinverter systems. And to finish this lesson on components, we should mention system monitoring. Since solar systems don't have any moving parts or make any noise, it's important to install a good monitoring system to ensure that everything is performing as expected. Residential monitoring typically involves tracking the AC output of the inverter to know how much the system is producing. Most solar inverters incorporate this ability inside the inverter itself by default. An added feature would be to install small current transformers or donuts around the incoming utility wires in the house circuit panel to measure consumption as well. Then you can know when your system is exporting to the grid more than your house is consuming. That's when you've become, for large commercial and utility projects, and for installers that want to monitor the performance of all their customer systems, more sophisticated fleet monitoring solutions are available. These systems constantly check for electrical faults and low power conditions and alert the installer, usually even before the customer even knows that there's an issue. Although solar systems are sometimes referred to as maintenance-free, that's not quite right, and sometimes things need adjustment or repair. But these monitoring systems help ensure that in the rare cases where something needs attention, it gets it right away.
String inverters have modules connected in which way? Series? Yeah. Optimizers are connected in what way? Parallel. Still series. Okay. Huh. Microinverters are connected in. Connected together. Oh. That's the one that was connected in parallel. Gotcha. So this one's series, this one's series, this one's parallel. This is modules.
In this lesson, we're going to take a quick look at the different types of modules available today.
There are basically 3 different types of modules. Single
I need to
or
find a duck
monocrystalline
avatar
silicon
first.
cells and modules have been around the longest
And then
continue
convert it
to have
to
the highest efficiency.
an avatar that I can
Each
use
solar
in
cell
VC
is
Face.
cut from a cylindrical crystal of silicon that is slowly grown in a 20-foot tall crystal growing furnace. All the atoms of silicon in the cell are spaced evenly, and the surface of the cell can be gently etched to create a silky, smooth, and very dark appearance. The next type of module is made of polycrystalline silicon. As the name implies, these cells are not made from a single crystal, but rather are formed by cooling liquid silicon into a block and then cutting it into square cells. As the silicon cools to form the block, individual grains of single crystal form next to each other, resulting in a really beautiful polycrystalline appearance. But electrons can get trapped at the grain boundaries between these grains, and these cells typically had lower efficiency than single crystal cells. But modern processing can passivate those grain boundaries, and so these types of modules can be almost just as efficient as single crystal. Poly has overtaken single as the predominant type of cell produced today around the world. Although combined together, they make up more than 95% of all the solar cells produced in the world today. The third type of module is made using thin films of semiconductor material. These might be amorphous silicon, where instead of growing a single crystal or cooling it into a block, the silicon is turned into a gas and then is deposited in a vacuum chamber onto glass. This results in a microscopically thin layer of treated silicon. The individual cells are actually long, narrow stripes spanning the entire module. Another type of thin film module is made using cadmium telluride, and another is made of copper indium gallium diselenide. Both of these are now made into large modules that are used mostly in large utility projects. Their overall efficiency is not quite as high as mono or polysilicon, but their cost is lower. So this makes them good candidates.
That
for
might be
applications
because of
where
my
space is not a
connection.
problem, like in
I don't know
big
why,
utility
but it
power
likes
plants.
to stutter when I've been
Module
streaming for a
construction,
while.
specifically framing, can also be different. The most
I
common
honestly don't
design,
know what to do
by far, is to have
make
an
it stop.
aluminum frame around the module glass laminate. These frames
Might
can
also
be
because
clear
I am
anodized or
utilizing
black,
a
being more
lot
aesthetic. The
stuff,
frame
and
gives the glass laminate more
this
strength.
isn't
Plus,
getting
provides a way to attach the
what it
modules
needs
to
to
frame
actually
construction.
keep me.
Another way to
alive.
go is frameless. This results in a very attractive module look. Special mounting hardware is needed to grab onto the edges of the glass laminate. This is often done for large utility power plants where large thin film modules are installed, but it's also used for residential systems as well. And a wonderful design for residential modules is to make them fit right into the flat tile roofing. These roof integrated, or BIPV for building integrated photovoltaic modules, typically have 2 rows of 8 cells, so they are shorter and narrow compared to regular modules, but their frame design mimics the shape of regular concrete roofing tiles, so they integrate right into the courses of tile and look more like a building material than a solar array. These types of building integrated roof shingles or tiles were first developed by Astropower in the 90s, and I worked there, and it was very exciting and very cool to bring solar modules to the roofing industry. Further along these lines, Tesla has recently made a big splash by announcing individual solar roof tiles. Only 1 or 2 solar cells are in each tile, so they really replicate the look of a normal tiled roof. It's very cool. This approach has been tried in the past though, and the costs have always been very
Fair
high.
enough,
And the
Greg.
complexity of connecting so many small modules together has led to system failures. But this innovation is welcome, as we really need to make solar a beautiful choice for homeowners and builders.
Interesting. Hey, if I can get a roof made completely out of, like, PV, then more to it, man. CDTs, CIGS, and ASEs are example of what type of solar cell technology. I want to say polycrystalline? No, monocrystalline. Never mind. Cadmium, tellurium, toroidite, copper, indium, gallium, diselenide are all examples of thin film. Okay, gotcha. Make up approximately what? Okay. Oh, that's what I meant. I'll mark it as in the main. Okay. Thin films, 95%. And utility power plants. Racking.
And now we're going to give a quick overview of the different methods for module racking.
Racking the modules can be done in several ways. Let's first take a look at how it can be done on the ground. A traditional method has been to build an aluminum structure at a fixed tilt angle with footings for the front and the back legs. Whenever you rack like this in successive rows, you have to make sure to leave space between the rows so that the row in front does not severely shade the row behind it. Another method for ground mounting is to use poles, and you can then provide sun position tracking. By moving the modules to always face directly towards the sun, you can increase the daily energy output from 25% to 40%, depending on the season and the latitude. Utility power plants typically use trackers. Instead of expensive dual-axis trackers on top of poles, what's more commonly done today is to mount 1 up to 3 rows of modules onto long horizontal poles that are installed north-south and that tilt east to west every day. This gives them good enhancement over fixed ground mounting at minimal cost. When we move to the residential roof, there are several methods for racking here as well. A very common practice is to use stanchions or posts that are fastened securely into roof rafters or trusses, which then hold up rails for module mounting. These stanchion mounts need to have a flashing around them to prevent any water from getting into the roof penetration made by the lag screws that go into the rafters. For tile roofing, one version of this method is to use a tile hook. A tile is removed, the base of the hook is secured into the rafter, and then the tile is replaced, and then rails can be attached to the hooks. This eliminates the need to drill holes in the tiles for the stanchions. Instead of attaching modules to rails, a new method that's becoming very popular is to use the strong module frames themselves and to go railless. In this method, stanchion mounts are designed to clamp onto the module frames and so eliminate the need for the long and expensive rails. This approach is loved by installers because they don't have to transport the long rails from their warehouse to the job site. All the mounting hardware can basically come in a single box. And a further variation on rooftop racking and mounting is to attach stanchions directly to the roof decking. That's the flat wood sheeting that makes up the roof surface. In this approach, instead of having to locate and drill into rafters, the installers can simply attach the stanchions with several screws or bolts anywhere on the roof surface. They don't have to just be placed where the rafters are. This makes installation much faster and easier. This approach does have some detractors who say you really need to attach only into the rafters. But as more building departments approve this approach, it may grow in popularity.
I'm trying,
Finally,
man. I'm
for
trying.
flat commercial roof installations, the most common method for racking a solar array is not to penetrate the roof at all, but use ballasted, low-profile racking. Instead of making any roof penetrations for stanchions, this approach uses low-tilt racks that are held down to the roof with heavy ballast. It's typically concrete blocks. While this may seem insecure, the low tilt angle and the distribution of heavy weights makes this type of mounting quite resistant to wind uplift. In some cases, racking structures are still mounted on flat commercial roofs, perhaps because the roof design cannot handle the weight of the ballast. But here, special care is to be taken to ensure that the roof penetrations for the mounts are waterproof.
Really planned typically use what form of solar module racking? Single axis tracking. Tracking can increase daily energy output by how much? 25 to 40%. The key advantage of ballast racking for commercial roofs is no roof penetration.
Now we're going to get to the really cool stuff about how a residential solar system operates and how it works with the utility. To understand how much electrical energy you get from a solar system and therefore how much money you save, you have to first understand how the power output changes over a typical day. The instantaneous power output of the solar array, measured in watts or kilowatts, starts outputting at dawn, increases through the morning with the rising sun, peaks around noontime, and then falls off towards the evening, making a bell-shaped curve like this. You can see how sunlight and therefore output can be affected by things like clouds. The area under such a curve gives the accumulated energy measured in kilowatt hours for that day. Your daily energy will vary day to day depending on the weather for that day. You'll have some great days with lots of output and then days with lower output due to clouds or storms or just shorter days in the winter.
Damn.
This kind of daily
Canceling
variation is
June.
normal and to be expected.
That's gonna suck.
Over a typical year, you'll always get a profile like this, with less total energy generated in the winter months and more energy generated in the summer. This is normal and to be expected. If your system is off-grid, to compensate for the lower winter production, your loads will draw more from your battery bank during the winter. If your system is on-grid, then you'll draw more net energy from the utility during the winter months and much less during the summer months. You might even be a net producer of energy during some summer months, making more electricity than you consume. Grid-connected residential solar systems typically make more power in the middle of the day than the house actually needs at that moment. Net energy metering is an agreement with the utility company to allow the solar system to export the extra energy that the house does not consume during the middle of the day onto the utility grid. The solar energy gets used by the other users on the grid. The utility does not have to supply that incremental power at that time, and the solar system owner gets a credit on their meter for the electrical energy that they exported that day. Then at night, the house draws back energy from the utility, and it counts against the credit that it made that day. At the end of each month, the homeowner would pay the difference between what they consumed from the utility net of what they exported out to the utility. This policy of net energy metering is what has allowed homeowners to reduce their net utility electric bills from hundreds of dollars a month to just a few dollars. This arrangement with the utility companies to basically use the grid as a storage device for excess daytime solar energy has been a key enabler for the explosion of grid-connected solar systems in the US. You get all the benefits of storage, including having basically unlimited electrical power available at night and during days of stormy weather, without incurring the cost of having an on-site battery bank. The benefit you provide to the utility and the community is that of being a green generator of power yourself. The concept of net energy metering is not without controversy, though, and we have an entire lesson in this larger Solar Basics curriculum on utility tariffs, where we discuss net energy metering, so be sure and check that out. Wait a minute, you say, what about when there is a utility outage, like a power failure? What happens when the grid goes down? Do I still get my solar electricity? Well, outages can happen, and indeed they do happen from time to time, although not often enough that we all have gone out and bought backup generators. Exceptions, of course, for those of you that live with ice storms, hurricanes, and tornadoes. But that does point out one disadvantage of this type of solar system. When the utility power goes down, so does your solar system. This is true for all these types of grid-connected systems around the world. For safety for the utility personnel that will be working on utility circuits during an outage, all grid interactive solar inverters around the world immediately turn off if they sense that the utility grid has gone down. And they stay off until at least 5 minutes after that grid power comes back on, just to make sure that it really stays on. So during a utility power failure, even during daylight hours, your grid-connected residential solar system will be off, and your house will be without power, just like your neighbors. Well, this brings us to energy storage systems, and this is the hottest topic in solar today. It not only allows the system to provide power to your house during an outage, but it also allows for a lot of flexibility and capability to work with the grid when it's up. And I think it points to where the industry is heading. An energy storage system is basically a battery, but don't call it a battery. It's way more sophisticated than the off-grid solutions we talked about in the lesson on systems and components. Energy storage systems today are typically made of hundreds of lithium-ion batteries, the same type that are used in electric vehicles, which can be discharged 100% or really close to that, hundreds of times without killing the battery, like conventional lead-acid batteries would be. And they include an energy management system that continually monitors temperatures, current flows, charging rates, and also can talk to the inverter and the grid to figure out intelligently how best to use the stored energy day and night. Remember that I said that net energy metering is controversial, and some utilities and local governments are actually canceling their net metering policies. If the local utility or government does not allow the exporting of daytime power to the grid, like in net energy metering, well, now with a sophisticated energy storage and energy management system, you can work around that. We call that self-consumption, and here's how that would work. In this diagram, the gray area under the solar system output curve represents the daytime energy that normally you would just export out to the grid, and your meter would give you a credit. But if the utility or government is not allowing you to do that, then you would just have to lose that energy, since your load profile during that period is way less than what you're producing. But with an energy storage and management system, that daytime energy goes into the energy storage system. Then, in the evening and at night and early morning, when the solar has shut down or is not working, the house draws that stored solar energy from the energy storage system. The house basically self-consumes all the solar energy that the array can make, either during the day when it's being made or from storage. In this way, the house does not use the grid like a battery, as is done in net energy metering. Plus, with energy storage, if there is a utility outage, day or night, your system can be disconnected from the grid to be safe, but your house can still draw power from the storage system, day and night. In fact, if the outage goes on for days and days, no problem. The solar system will recharge the storage every day. As the cost of lithium batteries comes down, these benefits of local storage will drive the installation of more sophisticated solar systems and make the adoption of solar even more common. You've made it to the last lesson in the Solar PV Basics 101 course, and here's where we're going to look at how going solar saves you money. To understand how much money you'll save on electric utility bills, you have to know how utilities charge you, and that depends on the particular tariff you have. A tariff is a pricing schedule, or the rate plan, that the utilities offer to customers. You can find your electrical utility tariff on your monthly bill, like it's shown here, perhaps called a rate schedule, like in this example. The bill reports your total electrical energy usage for that period, always measured in kilowatt hours. And then it spells out how much you pay for that energy, again, based on the structure of your tariff. Tariffs can be very confusing, and utilities may have many different types of tariffs, and you can actually have a different tariff than your neighbor. In general, there are 3 variations in how tariffs are structured. And don't worry about the graphs, this isn't going to be too complicated, and it's actually pretty interesting. A flat rate tariff means that you pay the same for every kilowatt hour of electricity all the time, no matter the hour of the day, day of the week, or month of the year. These are pretty rare today, but the thing to keep in mind is that a residential solar system today produces power at about 10 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And so if your flat rate is more expensive than that, then going solar will save you money right away. What is more common is to have a tiered rate tariff, where you have a baseline amount of electricity at the lowest cost per kilowatt hour, and then as you use more than that baseline amount, you pay more per kilowatt hour each tier. Using the bill we just saw, the baseline rate is just 11.9 cents per kilowatt hour. But then the next tier is at 13.5. The next tier jumps to 27.5 cents, and the final tier is way up at 40.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So if your usage is low, then you're in good shape. But if you use a lot of electricity, you will pay a lot. But the key advantage of going solar here is that instead of needing to go into tier 3 or tier 4 to get all the electricity you need, you now need only to go into maybe tier 2, because the rest of the electricity you need will come from your solar array. And this can end up saving you a lot of money. And finally, there are time of use, or TOU tariffs. These are becoming way more common, and you really have to watch out here because you pay more depending on the time of day that you're using electricity. Here, for example, there are 3 periods during the day: off-peak, partial peak, and then the full peak rate period. In this example, during the off-peak hours of morning and night, you pay less than 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Then during the partial peak hours of 11 to 2 and 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., you pay about 17 cents. And during the full peak period of 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., you pay the high rate of 26 cents per kilowatt hour. The idea is that it costs the utility more to run its peaking generators, and so they charge you more during the peak period. But the key advantage of going solar here is that if you have net energy metering, you can sell your excess solar electricity back to the utility during some of those partial and full peak hours and get the highest rate of return for your solar power. There are several ways for homeowners to purchase a solar PV system. You can, of course, purchase the system outright with cash up front. This gives you the highest
Never
return
trusting this man ever
because
again.
you only have energy savings on your bills from day one. However, you do have to have the cash. But because you own the system, you get to receive any local and federal rebates like that investment tax credit of 30%. If you want to own, it's more common to take out a loan. Just like most people don't buy their cars outright, paying for your system with a loan is very common practice. If the loan interest is not very high, the electric bill savings each month will be greater than the payment for the loan. And so you begin getting financial benefits from day one. And because you own the system, you receive any rebates too. Leasing solar systems has become a very common and popular financial solution, primarily due to SolarCity offering no money down leases starting in 2008. Leasing a system meant that you did not have to put down any money, and all the maintenance and repairs would be covered for you. This allowed many homeowners to be able to go solar quite easily. And a solar lease usually has a guaranteed minimum energy output. So if for some reason, like the weather is exceptionally bad, or if there's a hardware failure, the leasing company would compensate the system owner for the difference. However, typical lease has a 3.5% escalator, so the payments rise every year. And over the life of the lease, typically 20 years, the total cost is higher than loans or purchasing. Plus, you do not own the system. The leasing company does. So you don't get the rebates.
Oh god, I keep yawning.
And finally, there is a power purchase agreement, or PPA. These are very common for large commercial and utility systems, but also used for residential systems too. The idea for a home is that the homeowner does not own the solar system, as is the case for a lease. An installer or another third party owns the system. But the homeowner gets to buy electricity from the seller at a lower rate than they would have paid their utility company. So that's where the savings come in. But unlike a lease, where your payment is fixed even if the weather is bad and the solar system output goes down, in a PPA, you only pay for the electricity that the system produces. So you pay more in the summer when the system is cranking out power, but less in the winter when the solar output is less. Let's finish this Solar Basics lesson by answering the big question: how much does it cost? Of course, there will be different answers depending on the size of the system, whether the house is a simple single story or a complex 2 or 3 story with difficult roofing like clay tiles, which modules, racking, and inverters are chosen. And
as soon as I'm done with my
permits,
chapter,
engineering, and labor, and
I
which
think
type of
3 to
financing
4
is used.
quiz.
This
I
recent
will
chart shows
send
the
you
breakdown
on.
of average costs for solar PV systems.
I'll send you to
The first thing you can see is that it
my
costs much
friend's
less
stream,
per installed
which they're
watt
currently
to build a
streaming
large
Dead by
utility
Daylight.
system than a rooftop commercial or
You can
residential
go
system.
enjoy some cancer there.
That's, of course, because it's cheaper to install 100,000 modules all at once compared to installing 20 or 30 at a time on individual roofs. But looking at the typical cost of about $2.90 a watt for residential systems, if we use a typical monthly home electric consumption of about 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, and say that you want a system to cover about 80% of that demand, then you need about a 5 kilowatt array, and that would cost about $15,000 roughly. And that's before any ITC rebates, but it's also before any financing costs over time, so it's a rough benchmark. So you ask yourself, is that a lot? Well, of course, that depends on how you look at it. First of all, if you can take advantage of the full ITC rebate, you get 30% or $4,500 off of that, so your purchase price comes down to only $10,500. The estimated average transaction price of a new car or truck sold in the US in April was $33,560. So, put that in perspective. And if you were to operate a 5 kilowatt system for the warranted life of the modules, which is typically 25 years, and use the average US cost of electricity for residential power of about 12.6 cents per kilowatt hour, you would save about $23,000 from your electric bills. So that means you invest $15,000 or even less with the rebate, but you saved over $23,000. And that's without any inflation for that electric rate. If you apply a conservative average increase in residential electricity of about 3.5% per year over those 25 years, then that avoided cost benefit would become more like $55,000. So if you keep the cost of a residential system in perspective, it looks pretty darn good. And that's been the whole purpose of this Solar Basics 101 course, to give you a sense of what solar PV technology is, how it works, and how it's become affordable. And like I said before, you have an awful lot more available to you on the Interplay platform. Not only will we have a full Solar Basics curriculum built up over time with more detailed courses on all sorts of topics.
I know
but
I
we have
gotta
free
learn
installation-based
things, I'm
courses
just
where you can
speeding
learn
up
to
the
do it and actually
process.
install a residential solar system. We have courses in site assessment, array assembly, electrical equipment installation and commissioning, and troubleshooting. You get to manipulate the tools and equipment that you would actually use to install a solar system, and then use multimeters and megometers to troubleshoot common problems. It's a super cool way to learn. We hope you enjoyed the lessons in this introductory Solar PV Basics 101 course, and that you'll take advantage of our other offerings. So take care, and thank you very much.
Alright, you get to scream at me now. Oh, Sekiro went live. It's done. Time of day. Oh. If you purchase a solar system using a lease, you still get to receive a federal investment tax credit. Power purchase agreement involves what sort of financing agreement? I know, right? I'm gonna get this one wrong. Yep. It's fine. Time of day. False. Just pay for. Pay for run. PPA. You pay for only for the energy that the solar system actually produces. I can't even continue with that anyways, so. Time of day. That one's false. There you go. Alright. That one's done, and the chapter 4 through 5 quiz. 16 questions, 32 points as a whole. 2 attempts as a whole. Primary component to a PV system is the PV array. Inverters, charge controller, rectifier chargers, DC-DC converters, maximum power. This is a balance of system BOS component. This is an inverter. An inverter is a device that converts DC to AC power, I believe. I'm gonna say inverter. A blank is a device that converts mechanical energy into electricity by means of electromagnetic induction. A generator. A blank is a bladed shaft that converts fluid flow into rotating mechanical energy. That is a turbine. Jesus. A blank cell is a semiconductor device that converts solar radiation into direct current electricity. A photovoltaic cell. Blank is the process of adding small amounts of impurity elements to semiconductors to alter their electrical properties. Contamination. No, never mind. Doping. Doping is the process of adding small doses. Well, you better get these right, but I'm hopping off. Take care and learn well. If you don't, June is canceled, remember that. I'll remember it. You have a good one, Greg. Bye-bye. Blank of light transfer their energy to electrons in a PV cell surface, enabling electron flow. Photons of light? That's the only one that makes sense, because wafers don't make sense. Voids of light, that also makes sense. A blank module is a module-level PV device with its entire substrate coated in a thin layer of semiconductor material. Thin film? No. Hold on. This is chapter 4 through 5, so. Thin film module is a module PV. Okay, yeah, it is a thin film. Okay. A blank is a thin, flat disk or rectangle of base semiconductor material. That sounds like a wafer. Or a plate, actually. It's a silicon wafer made from a single silicon crystal grown in the form of a cylindrical ingot. A crystalline wafer is a cast silicon ingot that is composed of many silicon crystals, driven with a thin strip from a molten silicon mixture. Yeah, that's a wafer. What does an inverter do? Converts DC to AC. What does a charge controller do? Charge controller is a device that regulates battery charge by controlling the charging voltage and or current form from a DC power source such as a PV array. What adjusts the load on a PV device under charging conditions to keep MPP? A rectifier? Which devices are added to a PV array to create a self-regulated PV system? Self-regulated PV system. A charge controller? I'm gonna say all the above, but I'm not sure if that's right. What other electrical energy sources can be added to a hybrid PV system? From what I remember, all can be added to a hybrid system. Which devices are added to a PV array to create a utility interactive PV system? Inverter? That switches it to AC, yeah? Well, I got 26 out of 32. So I got 3 questions wrong. Really? Okay. Huh. Inverters, charge controllers, rectifier. I don't know. Power conditioning equipment? I have no idea. And then, yeah, these two down here. Oh, I actually got these two right. Yeah, I got these two wrong. That's still not that bad. Alright. I'm gonna be ending this shortly, so I'm gonna be throwing you guys into Cryptic's server, sorry. I'm gonna be throwing you guys into Cryptic's thing. So I'm going to go ahead and start the raid. So let's see. I need to see where I even do that. So give me a minute. Yeah, let's just raid now. Alright.